friends, host Eric here, host Talking with Famous People. And this video is called Knowledge, Judgment, and Love. Oh, PP and Trouble are not happy with each other right now. Trouble's right out there on the porch. I might go shoo him away. Trouble, hey, PP doesn't like you there. PP's hissing through the window at Trouble. I could go shoo him away, in theory. Well, I'll just leave him there for a minute. I might even feed him a little bit. We'll see. So, knowing judgment and love. Rachel's asleep right now. She contacted her doctor today. We told them about her having to take a Klonopin. Thanks, Bacon, for calling me that. And the doctor said take another Klonopin tonight and take 2 of the other ones. And it's normal to have to transition from drug to drug like this to get you back in how you ought to be. So I'm feeling a little mad at myself for judging instead of knowing, and Rachel for knowing instead of judging, basically. I know that I shouldn't be taking Rachel's words seriously right now, but I am so deeply habituated to taking words seriously at all times that it's hard for me to remember that. And, she's engaging me with words and then saying things, and I'm responding, and regardless, knowledge is a frustrating thing for a judger. Because if you're a judger and you're coming up against a knower, and they're saying, this knowledge is a problem or something, you go, well, but why? And then you're asking him to judge. You're asking him to be a judger at that point. Regardless, I'm done sort of talking and thinking about my relationship for the moment. I am super happy that lucid equals cogent, and that is the tell for Rachel. Lucid is not equal cogent. Is that what you're saying? It does not equal. Okay. That's true. That's true, Hambone. Lucid does not equal cogent. Or cogent doesn't equal lucid. Or something like that. Or in either ways, cogent and lucid doesn't equal sane. So, I basically have realized this is my insecurities area here that I'm dealing with. And the insecurity area specifically is this. I have gone through a lot of relationships in life where, because I'm bipolar, I pick somebody who's not very good to me, and then I give them my heart and soul and try to be a good relationship partner, and they throw me away. That's just the story of my life. But that's not the story here. And so when the story here resembles that, I get scared too, I guess. A TWFE Minecraft gathering. All I know is this. Tomorrow morning, she's going to wake up having had another incredibly good night's sleep, which I don't think has had in a long ass time. And I think, by the end of the day today, she was getting more sane, saying things that were making more sense. But even so, after we napped again today too. We napped near each other. And it's like I'm confident tomorrow we're going to be a little further along still. And as I told her tonight, and I told everybody all along, there's no ticking clock here. One thing I can definitely do is respect the fact that in a few days, Rachel may look back at this period and go, you shouldn't have listened to me then. I wasn't in my right mind. So that's one of the aspects of it that was frustrating for me, is that Rachel wanted to put a ticking clock on me. Like, I was saying, this is not going to change dramatically between now and tomorrow morning. Go to bed. Let's talk about it in the morning. She didn't want to do that. She wanted to, have time pressure on things that doesn't need any time pressure at all. Regardless, when I go to my knowledge instead of my judgment, I conclude we're going to be fine. And Eric, you're getting all fussy about words that you shouldn't take seriously necessarily. And when I judge, I go, yeah, but this is bullshit. And it is. It's bullshit. But so I told Rachel and I said, listen, all you have to do is tell me those were crazy words. You should ignore them. And I will. But you see, that's got to come from a place of knowing what the alternative to the crazy words are. You've got to understand why they're crazy enough to convince me that you no longer put any credence in them. That may take her a few days. It's not going to happen instantly, because returning to the stable norm is not instant. I will say this. While I was very hesitant about her getting benzos, because I didn't want her to take any benzodiazepines, because they're very addictive, and getting addicted to them is not a good thing. But I got to give the doctor credit. He was right that it worked for framing it the way he did, which is, okay, this is something that sometimes people need to do to transition back into the stable norm. You may have to take a couple days where you, and that's a good thing. It's like, as I was trying to explain to her earlier, I'm aware of the fact that me being up on Adderall and working on things, being fully distracted by that and stuff, is a bit of a burden on my partner. I get that. But so I try to do things. I have historically tried to do things that minimize that burden and that make it less of a stressor point, such as staying up all night to work and then being able to walk away from the work somewhat during the day. At least that's what happened this time. And that's the other thing. Is just because that happened this time doesn't mean we have to generalize that from it. And knowers like to have definitive pieces of knowledge. They don't like, we'll have to gather more data and judge. Yeah, we don't have eating Funyuns, right? But, we still had the same sort of fight again in the car tonight, because in the actual car, not the metaphorical car, because I said, well, I need you on the same page as me. No, she's sleeping. She's crashed out in the master bedroom. And, the conversation before we went to dinner began with her saying, I'm really sorry about all this. And me saying, that's okay. Don't worry about it. All you need to do is inform me that this was all crazy talk and I shouldn't take any of it seriously. And then, of course, she went back into the thing she's been doing, which is she doesn't want to. She doesn't want to make a decision or something, It's like she keeps going to this idea that she doesn't know for sure that we're going to always be good together. But the thing is, of course, that's not how relationships work. You know for sure that you're done questioning that until and unless data comes up persistently over time that causes. This is not a type thing, Liam, Kimbra. It's a mental health thing. And that's where I keep fucking out. I keep addressing the thing she's talking about as though it were a serious matter. It's just the thing that she's wrapping her mental illness ball around. But the thing is, we're addressing the mental illness issue. She took another Klonopin tonight, and she took two of her replacement for Seroquel. They replaced Seroquel with something else. I forget what it's called. It starts with a Z. It's another in the class of Seroquel drugs. So it's like Zyprexa. Yeah, that's what it is, Liam. Zyprexa. So, you know, when somebody, the thing is, you got to get the person thinking. How do you know if somebody's not thinking reasonably? Well, Hambone pointed out something to me earlier that I was extremely grateful and remain extremely grateful to him for pointing out. I had forgotten all about Rachel's Friday reason. That's one way you know, is if some chick is going to hit on me, I'm going to be oblivious to that fact, and that will make her very jealous. And she can't stand feeling jealous, therefore we should break up or something. It's like, what? That's not. I mean, my problem, Hambone, is that I am by tool function a judger, and that's what I've been doing this whole time, is judging. So it means, what I mean by I'm judging is I'm saying, okay, you're saying these words, they mean this, and here's my judgment. Yeah, I know. It's not like she's saying to me, I'm in my right mind. It's just she's speaking words that make a lot of sense. She's sticking with them over time. For a few days, it starts to become kind of convincing. Well, maybe this is serious. Maybe this is actually something. And that's where my knowing comes in. I need to know that I'm not judging her. I'm saying she's saying words to me that are damaging to the relationship. Basically saying that maybe we're not meant to be together and stuff, or that she broke up with me. We're not together right now, technically. But it's because she's having a mental health episode. And I know this. And so that's the determinant factor. I could argue all these nodes all I want, and it's missing the point, right? That the reason she's doing this is because she's having a mental health episode. And when I'm arguing with her and trying to convince her that this is the correct perspective to take on a relationship, that this is why we don't do this, that in fact, it's not okay to deal with a relationship partner like, nah. I'm acting like I'm talking to Rachel, but I'm talking to Rachel in a mental health episode, and that's not the same thing. So it's like another way I know that this isn't something I should take very seriously is she keeps going back to NI. She keeps talking about how she feels about relationships in general. No, I've not thought about joining the incel community. I am not involuntarily celibate. If I'm celibate, it's voluntarily celibate. I have no problem getting laid. I'm not interested in that. But I'm not interested in going and slaying the puss or anything. But I certainly could if I wanted to. It's amazing what a YouTube channel will do for a man. You know, it's like, hey, what? So yeah, it's like, I'm saying that I would never join an incel community because if I were celibate, it would be my choice. Right. I mean, all celibacy is voluntary. If you're truly celibate, it means you made a decision to not have sex. If you're just having trouble getting laid, that's not celibacy. That's regardless. I have my own insecurities, my own past experiences that inform my dealing with this. And those past experiences are I've always tried to be a good relationship partner. And I've always been clear, like, okay, hey, you can count on me. I'm not leaving. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not here's what you can expect from me. Here's what you know from me. I will treat you fairly, that I'm not going to grass is greener somebody, right? I'm not going to go like, I'm with you, but I'm keeping an eye out elsewhere. You can know that I'm going to revisit the issue of whether I want to be in this relationship until and unless extended periods of a negative experience compel me to. Yeah, we talked some more. She's less doom and gloom than she was, but we're still not on the same page. And I made the mistake of probably pushing her too fast to be on the same page with me. If I was looking to be results oriented or something. The bottom line is I need to take into account my knowledge that which is twofold. Which is number one, and this is the thing that hurts me, is like she and I really are ultra compatible. We're incredibly well matched. We're incredibly peaceable in our dealings with each other and fair and loving and all that stuff. So I have good reason to be very protective of this relationship and not want to lose it, not want to give it less weight than it deserves. And I need to learn mortgage, and I'm going to have some experiences with this myself and maintain the knowledge about that in fact, even though Rachel will be quite convincing in this state, that it's more than just Rachel is my precious bucket of cherished jewels. The thing is, EHBs don't have a very clear sense of their own worth. I understand that a lot of people think I have value. But when it comes to my intimate relationship, I operate under a principle that says I must always provide more utility to the other person than they provide to me. I must always be a good deal for that person. In other words, I'm willing to accept, without questioning it at all, really, that I'm not good enough for you. That I have to provide utility to you to be worth anything. Hi, Dad. Here's my dad. What's going on?
You got the
I got the what? Hold on. Let me mute this.
you got the
So, at this point, my dad's well aware that something's going on with Rachel and has had a couple conversations with me saying, hey, I don't want to repeat the last time, right? I'm like, that's not going to happen, Dad. I'm on top of this shit. And he said, well, I had to go into the master bedroom there earlier, and it looked like someone had been through my drawer, maybe. It's possible Rachel looked through his top drawer when, he's got all kinds of cool little toys in there. But, I have learned that you can't touch anything that David Strauss owns without him knowing that you've messed with it. It's just not possible. Yeah, Valerie Clark. When my dad comes in, I mute because I'm never sure what he's going to talk about. He doesn't seem to quite guess. Yeah, that is an example of unnuanced TI Hambo. Yeah, I mean, look, I what I try to do is learn things. I try to learn from everything. And so I hope that next time I deal with it, if it happens again, then I deal with it better next time. But the thing is, I didn't deal with it badly this time exactly. It's just that over time, I have a limited amount of capacity to just sort of, I'm going to default back in any given moment to assuming that Rachel is Rachel and forgetting that I can't trust what she says, Right, and this is the thing. I actually thought about making the title of this video, and I sort of forgot it before I did it. Why everybody has to learn things. I will say that hi Vsauce Puppet. I will say that to people when they get very offended. You need to learn Mia. What I mean by that is, I need to know that when we have a conflict and the truth is clear about it and should be determinate, that by agreeing with me on that and incorporating that it will change your worldview accordingly going forward. That's what it means to learn something. So it's like, Becky, she texted me the other day when I have a civil conversation with me. She said, okay, my dad's an ASTJ, and I find him incredibly reasonable, frankly. A little bit challenging in some ways, but incredibly reasonable. Eric, off topic, what do you think of other ENFPs in general? That's the thing. I don't really know many. I know Isaiah Rude, who seems like a beautiful person, frankly. I can see the softness in him. It's the same softness that I have in me. And I respect that. Nothing more worthy of respect than vulnerability. Christian morality is effeminate or feminine? I'd say it's neither feminine nor masculine. I will in a second, Tom Dixon. I'd say it's neither feminine or masculine. Both feminine and masculine sides have in them the capacity to give into their baser urges on the grounds of justified anger. It plays out differently, but justified anger is a base emotion that requires a person to remember that the anger and the justification are separate things. Hi, baby, you're still awake.
Hi. Yeah, I don't remember what topic is.
How long ago did you take the Cloney? I'm not sure where your laptop is either. You want to eat some of these?
What is that?
Edibles.
Oh, cool. Yeah, sure.
You don't know where your laptop is? Do you need it right now?
Well,
You trying to watch something and your phone's dead or something?
I'm trying to like do something while listening to I like to type and listen to music at the same time.
Sure, of course. Yeah, I'm sorry. You don't need to justify why you want your laptop. But I don't think it's in here. You sure it's not only in the
Like,
bedroom?
it's not. I'm gonna double check.
Maybe look under the bed or something?
Yeah, I'll find
Look
it.
under the couch. I don't see it under the couch.
Who knows? I'll go check.
How long ago did you take that closet?
I really don't know.
Okay, but you did take it.
Huh?
Okay, cool. They're about I mean, you'll probably note, and many people have, that I'm a very forgiving person. In other words, just because somebody wrongs me, even if they don't resolve it, doesn't mean I go straight to excommunicating them or anything like that. I understand that people have growth arcs and make mistakes and stuff. I'm a big believer in the idea that mistakes are fine as long as one doesn't engage in dishonesty about them. So if you make mistakes, that's fine, but you got to acknowledge that. You can't pretend, you can't double down like Becky did, Don't double down when you're wrong. This is what I kept telling to Kimberly all the time. Stop doubling down. Once you've made a mistake and I called you out on it, it's time to go, ooh, that's not an area I want to go in. Don't prove that you're stubborn by doubling down. I wouldn't have told you it's wrong if it weren't wrong. Irrational anger is both masculine and feminine. In other words, you can think of plenty of examples of men doing irrational things out of anger. Yeah, stop digging. You can think of plenty of women doing irrational things out of anger. Forgiveness is setting aside the justification for retribution. Such that you remember the person's larger humanity and prioritize that instead. Look, I see feminine energies as having a protective side, masculine energies having a protective side. And both those protective sides are where you get your anger from. Anger comes from both parties. I think one of the advantages of being an active type is that I have a intuitively better understanding of action in general than non-action types do. Which means I understand when action's inappropriate. And a lot of people who are not action types don't understand when action's inappropriate. I want to get back to the Christianity thing. Let he who is out without sin throw the first stone is a framework argument. It says recall that this event occurs not only within its own frame, but within a larger frame that we're all in. And be fair. Is this sin that we're punishing this person for? Is it something that if we were to apply this rule fairly across the board, I would also have been punished for? Then I better not throw that stone. The Bible quote was, "Let he who is without sin cast the first stone." It's a famous aphorism. The thing is, I've never really... I self-identify as Christian, but I don't read the Bible, and I've not really... I mean, I've read it for school and stuff, but I've never been religious like that. I was raised in an atheist household. My parents are atheists. My dad is still an atheist, and I still hear him talk about how he's irritated at Aunt Evelyn for trying to, talk God with him and stuff. Yeah, an ESTJ atheist. I think there's a big misconception about SI. SI may be traditional, right? But it doesn't like NI at all. And what could be more NI than faith? SI Tool, my dad, it's hard to have faith in the universal truths about things when philosophy, keep in mind. He's a strong ESTJ. Like, he's a powerful ESTJ. Smart, fair, just, a great man. And he's also, from an intuitive perspective, blind as a bat. Like, he's intuitively blind in some sense. ESFJ SI, it's like, the thing is about ESFJs, depends on how they're raised. And with SI people in general, it depends a lot on how they're raised. If the ESFJ tool functions SI is served well by going through the religious rituals that her, though, it has to do with the socialization aspects of it. And with ESTJs, it has to do with the conventionality of it and the familiarity of it and stuff like that. So it's not really about the ideas. I need to get back to Homie's question about TI being a disinterested calculus. It just means you pretend as though that, like, it's easy to have a disinterested calculus about something like two children come up to you and say, and who, they're fighting, they're arguing, they want resolution on a matter. And one of them says, well, it should be my turn to play with this because you just had a turn. And the other kid goes, yeah, but it's my thing, so I should get to play with it. Well, you can parse that out for the kids. You go, okay, well, what's going on here is you enjoy playing with your thing, but you've invited your friend over to play with you. And so you have to consider what he wants as well. You don't have to necessarily consider what he wants. My father is not an INTJ. I've never seen anybody more NI polar. You think about our parsing out little kids' problems like that, you realize, wait, those little kids probably don't have a disinterested calculus here. That's why they're disputing this thing. In other words, neither of the kids is trying to be objective about it and go, okay, well, what's the actual fair thing here? They're both just arguing their side, and they're both interested in their interests, and therefore arguing accordingly. They're arguing in their interests. A disinterested calculus is one that says, okay, I'm the adult here. These two little kids, like, which one of them is right or wrong or whatever, I don't give a fuck. They're arguing about stupid ass shit, right? But I can also easily and clearly determine what's correct here, who's correct or who's not correct, or how each of them is partially correct or whatever. That's a disinterested calculus because I have no interest in it, right? It's like I'm not an interested party. That's what it means by interest. If I have an interest in something, like when they talk about conflict of interest, let's say I own a lot of stock in a certain bank, and then I become president, and I get the federal government to get a deal with that bank, so their stock price goes way up, and now all of a sudden I'm richer. That's a conflict of interest because I'm supposed to be making decisions with the public money based on what's best for the public and not consider my own personal interest when I'm doing that. You'll notice how Trump, it's almost impossible for him to not consider his own personal interest in things because he's a FI tool user. Yeah, she was using a disinterested calculus. And of course, unfortunately, she's right. It's like from a disinterested calculus perspective, it would benefit me to break up with Rachel if you're going to try to sort of argue a practical calculus of it. And what I'm saying is, hey, Rachel, this is not the sort of thing that we use a disinterested calculus about. This is a relationship. We need to be interested. In other words, Rachel needs to hear from me that I want to be with her because I love her so much and that I have an interest in her, that I find her precious and valuable to me. And what I'm telling her is, I need you to do the other thing. Cloud, I've not convinced myself that being with INFJ is right for me. I've convinced myself that being with Rachel is right for me. Do I think INFJ is a good type for ENTP? Sure. Do I think it's the only type that could work? No. Am I saying that that's the one all end all of relationships? No. I'm aware of the fact, but that's what I think it is. I do think that. I think that it's ideal. I think, in other words, likely payoff are going to outweigh the likely areas of conflict more for INFJ and ENTP than for any other type of the ENTP. But there are lots of particularist considerations. It's very plausible that an ENTP could be in a happy relationship with an ISTJ or an ISFJ. It could be the duality works great for somebody if you're with a dual that's not BPD, right? So, Cloud, the important takeaway here is that we can make general rules about what's likely most easy for a given type, but that's as far as we can go with it. That's as far as we can go with it. So anyway, I'm not gonna let Cloud get me off topic here at all. It's interesting, Tom Jacobson. You're determined that Rachel must be a ENFP, but you've never answered the critical thing I've said before. You simply not addressed it at all. Where's the extroverted intuition? It's obviously not dominant. But any sane human being would be able to say, watching me sit next to Rachel, watching Rachel and me talk, Rachel talk, etc. No sane person would conclude that those two people are using the same dominant function. I mean, it's just you have to ignore almost every piece of data that's in front of your eyes to make that claim. Now, if you're claiming she's an ESFP, where's the action? Where's the SE? Where's the sensing, for God's sake? She's got like no sensing. She doesn't. The sensory world is basically invisible to her. Okay, but Tom Jacobson, listen. Make the point address the point I just made. We can see for sure. Now, you and I may not agree on what introverted intuition is or what it looks like, okay? But surely we can agree that I'm displaying extroverted intuition and this is what it looks like. So where's her extroverted intuition? She's going through a mental health period, a spell, Tom Jacobson. In other words, what she is saying now is not representative of Rachel, but rather of mentally ill Rachel. So let's break up with zero plan of what she's going to do. Tom Jacobson, that's TE. You're right. She's not planning at all. She's not doing order of operations shit at all because she's TE polar. Right? It's like I make your arguments all you want. Fine, that's great, and I'm sure you can come up with some good arguments. But you have to ignore the elephant in front of your face. That Rachel and I clearly do not have the same dominant function. That there's no disputing that. Yeah, she's an ESTJ. It's like, and so it makes me wonder about your arguments in general, Tom, because you're ignoring something that's very obvious to anybody, that she and I do not have the same dominant function. And the TE polar comes in clear as day a lot of times. So, I mean, it's like, I don't know where to go with your argument since you're not wanting to, you're ignoring the elephant in the room here. I don't know if you have asked. You mean I don't know if you're a censor? Well, I mean, it boils down to this. At the end of the day, you're either a map person or you're a territory person. If you find yourself saying things like Cloud says, your words can't contain reality. People are more complicated than that. Talk is cheap. What up, overthinkers? God, you intuitards talk too much. All that kind of stuff. You're a censor. You basically say territory matters. Map is just a map. For intuitives, the meanings matter as much or more than the specifics. So, like Claude says here, Eric, please just try to talk to some ISTJs and see how you get along. Of course, the thing is, what's that ignoring? It's ignoring all meanings entirely. I'm in a relationship right now. If I'm going to be a good relationship partner, I'm not looking to see if somebody else might be better. I'm committed to my current relationship partner. And that's what Hambone just described what happened right there. It's easy for me to navigate the territory because I know what the map is. I'm not in a relationship that's full of pain. I'm in a relationship that, like any other relationship, sometimes hits some rough patches. I have a great relationship. And see, this is like, okay, so for example, Cloud, that meanings don't matter, right? It's like, the fact is, my relationship's great. I spent 7 months saying how great it is, and a couple of days having some challenges here that associate specifically with her changing her medication and the challenges of the mental health issues that she has associated with that. That's what this is all about. But from Cloud's perspective, I'm in a relationship full of pain. Why? Because when Rachel's mentally ill, she's kind of similar to Cloud in that regard. She also mistakes the moment for being permanent. And that's something that censors do. Well, right, but remember, no, we're broken up. She broke up with me. Of course I am, Cloud. And this is another censor thing. They think that there's the alternative to pushing a narrative. That you can push no narrative. Narratives have to be dealt with. It's like if you have that little respect for the map, then you're just all over the place. Like, Cloud jumps here, wither, thither, here, whatever. He doesn't care what the meanings are. Words are meaningless to him. No, I mean, well, obviously, Rachel is not as public in her intimate talk as I am. So, does she say very nice things to me and talk very lovingly to me, and we have sweet talk back and forth to each other, and is it reciprocal? Absolutely. It's one of the things that was so frustrating is like, in order to take you seriously now, Rachel, I have to ignore everything you said for months. and just assume that all of a sudden you're right and all those other things you didn't know. So, look, Bacon, it's like this. I need her to do a couple of formal things before we're formally back together. But I am making it clear to her there's no ticking clock on this. This is not an ultimatum on my part. I'm saying I need her to show that she's learned something from this. Namely, that when you break up with somebody, it's very, very serious. You know, it's not something that you can walk back from just by going, just kidding, or, you know what, maybe I do want to try a little longer with you. If you want me to choose to be with you, then you have to choose to be with me. Well, Cloud, pain is not always the only factor in considering a thing. I don't doubt that she was in pain. It is appropriate that she should feel pained over what she did to me. That's appropriate. My point is, let that pain teach you something valuable. Don't experience it in vain. Learn something. Understand. Change your frame. Allow meanings to impact how you move forward. I mean, the thing that I've expressed to her tonight and will continue to express is I love her very much. I cherish her. I value her. Rachel is very important to me. And because I'm a very metaphysical type, I don't forget that in the moment when my feelings are being hurt. She can rely on me to be true to the map. And that's a gift that only a truly good person can give, saying, you can count on my words. Of course, she's dealt with people like Cloud her whole life. And so she's learned that people's words can't be trusted, that people can't be trusted. Because, of course, you can't trust Cloud's words for anything. Cloud's words don't mean anything except what he's feeling right now. So if he were to say, I love you a lot, he would assume that that confers on him no duty going forward. It's just because it's the truth. I love you a lot. That's what he's feeling. He's referring to how he feels when he says those kind of things. Whereas I understand that to say to Rachel that I love her means more than a feeling ever could matter. Feelings pass. Feelings change. If you change your words with your feelings, then words become meaningless, and you're lost like Cloud. When it comes to words, I mean, Cloud's not lost at all when it comes to reality, but he's completely lost when it comes to words. I don't ad hominem you. I'm drawing the natural conclusion that you're asking me to draw from what you do all the time with your words. Like right now is not time to provoke. But you don't understand how words can be taken seriously or should be taken seriously. You just constantly want to be the provocateur. So what ends up happening is that I describe your behavior accordingly. I'm not ad hominiming you. I'm not justifying any conclusion about what you're saying about anything. I'm justifying only my own behavior of not addressing it right now directly because you're just doing that thing you do again. You don't think words actually matter, that they're just tools to cause response rather than resolve anything or that once one has resolved things and drawn conclusions, they're always, I cannot rely on your map to ever remain the same, Cloud. Your map's constantly changing. What you think about me or somebody else, blah, 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 I have no idea. It changes minute to minute. You say this position, that position, the other position. So that's what I mean by, somebody not being reliable about words. You are not reliable with your words. I don't know what your positions are. I don't know what style of justification you're going to use. Every time I try to get you to explain to me, okay, so let me understand then how you use words. You just refuse to provide any meaningful information about it. I say, okay, well, is that a this, Cloud? You hear what I'm saying? Okay, so for example, I asked you, okay, I'll try this. Well, let's do it this time. Okay, sure. Here, we're gonna walk you through it. No, Cloud, I'm not saying did I say your words were false? I don't think I said that. That's a perfect example of what I'm talking about. You don't use words well. Why do you ad hominem me? I don't ad hominem you. There's no such thing. An ad hominem fallacy is a fallacy that justifies something by saying the person's bad rather than addressing the argument directly. People use it colloquial to mean to insult, but I'm not insulting you. The things I'm saying are true and fair and just. I'm correct about the way you use words. And that's obvious because you say here, I'm not provoking, that's not my goal. Okay, so this is a perfect example of how you don't use words correctly. Whether or not you're provoking me and whether or not that's your goal are not the same thing, but you talk as though they are. Words do matter, but not only words matter. Again, you're not using words well. What I'm saying is, in this instance, we are engaging in a medium that is all about words. That doesn't mean that when I'm not, for example, when I'm playing tennis, I might be all about tennis. That doesn't mean that I'm incapable of doing any things that are not tennis just because you only watch me play tennis, right? But you seem to think that does mean that. What words are not reliable? What's your position on me? What type am I, Cloud? What type am I? No, I'm trying to demonstrate why your words aren't reliable. What type am I? Okay, so your words aren't reliable because on any given day, in the future or in the past, that answer is different. Depends. I don't know what your position is. It's constantly changing. As it is on just about everybody. You make a bunch of provocative statements, very bold claims. You don't justify them when I ask you to justify them and try to break down what it means to be just. No, it's perfectly acceptable for you to have been wrong, to change your opinion, and now be right. Great. Can you explain to me why you were wrong before? No, you didn't play with the idea. You directly advocated, specifically made the affirmation that I was not an ENTP, that I was an ISFJ. No, but Cloud, this is what I mean by you're not using words correctly. It doesn't matter if you're right or wrong. It matters why. So why were you wrong? What did you learn from it? What did you learn about functions? What did you learn about how to think? What did you learn about something? Why were you wrong? And because you couldn't sustain the battle, so you gave up the fight. That's not a reason for you to conclude what you concluded. You have no reason to conclude I'm an ENTP. You're just going with that now. You're as wrong now as you were then. It's just you happen to say the right four letters, right? It's like C.S. Joseph might be right about some people what type they are. that doesn't mean you should put any weight at all into what he says. It just means, blind squirrels. If you're not concluding on each for the right reasons, Cloud, then that's what I'm saying. You're not using words right. Now, granted, I know you're an FI tool user, so obviously it's like I'm just saying, hey, well, you're being ESFP. I'm using words right because you're being ESFP. It's not your fault, but I'm saying in this instance, when you want to come at me with a bunch of shit and I'm not giving it much credence right now, it's because now's not the time. Okay? You're right. I'm hammering these narratives. There's a good reason for hammering certain narratives and not or poorly. Those are your choices in life. Well, I mean, he successfully provokes me. Octavio Silva. That's what he's trying to do. So, good for him. It's a win-win. He provokes me. I get some shit off my chest. Maybe try to make him feel bad. Maybe succeed, maybe not. I don't know. He tries to make me feel bad. I try to make him feel bad. We're all still friends. It doesn't matter. It's FI. Who cares? Just a little friendly ribbon between friends. Ooh, what did you say, Swift Eagle? What did he do? I want to see. I'm going to look at the view deleted message. Yeah, that's a good one. Thank you for deleting that one. Good job. Good job, Octavio Silva. Eric reported for bullying viewers. Any is my absolute value. That's what I learned. Okay. But see, okay, so what made you conclude that? Yeah, look, I am still going to need to have her fight for me a bit. She's going to have to show me that she wants to be with me because she's done some damage here. But I recognize it for what it is. And I need to use my knowledge here instead of my judging function. And my knowledge says I shouldn't be putting the weight into her words that I am. And I know better than this. It's just I'm being NI ignoring. The NI is she's having a mental health episode. And she doesn't mean what she's saying. She's doom and glooming everything into the end of the world, as she does when she's in that state. I know this. There's good reason to think it's associated with medication and mental health because she happens to be changing meds right now. The doctor, I am so grateful to the doctor for reacting by saying, do more. Because I want Rachel. I love Rachel. I want to be with Rachel. She's a great person. And she also comes with a mental illness that is periodic in its eruptions. When the volcano is not erupting, things around here are fantastic. When the volcano is erupting, yeah, I know you think the problem is I don't let her talk enough, Winston's mom. And that's an example of you not respecting the power of words either. I want to make sure she's not spilling big pools of ink on the map that we both share when she's not there mentally herself. Okay. Does that mean encouraging her to talk out her crazy ideas more? No, it does not, actually. That's the problem. The problem is that she's telling the wrong narratives. And if you tell, she's a powerful enough wizard, and I respect that quality of her, that it makes me very, very concerned. Because, of course, the stories we tell come true if we're intuitives. Censors, it's not true. They can tell whatever stories they want, and other things come true or whatever. I don't know. They don't have that kind of relationship with narrative that we do. But for both Rachel and I, who are meta-analysts, we're driven by the map. We're driven by the maps. We need to be in agreement about the map. It's the most important thing. So yeah, I'm worried about. It's like to a certain extent, I'm trying to get her to stop talking when she's in that state, because I know that you can't unsay things. You can take them back, you can kick them, but you can't unsay them. But those aren't reasons, though, Cloud. Those are changes in your feelings. Those aren't reasons for things. Karma, I agree. Perfect dark. Well, I am not one to poo-poo magical thinking at all. I respect magical thinking. I respect it a great deal, but you've got to drive. You have to drive the magical thinking bus. You can't let the magical thinking bus drive you. And when Rachel's not well, she's letting the magical thinking bus drive her. Let the woman chase me. Look, I'm not interested in making Rachel chase me at all. I'm very happy. I am very careful of the stories I'm telling. Yeah. Oh, I see it as a general rule. Yeah. Be very careful of the stories you let yourself tell, because especially if you're dealing with somebody else's map, you're supposed to be sharing a map. If the stories you're telling suggest that it's whereas I thought we were operating from the same map all along, we really weren't, that there's some fundamentally underlying things, then it's going to undermine my faith in you going forward substantially, because I've been affording you the benefit of the doubt that we're operating on the same map, right? But the thing is, well, look, boy, there's too many interesting things to respond to. I gotta say, let me just say kudos to the chat across the board. Thank you for being so interesting in what you're saying and things I have to respond to. This is when live streams, when I get adequate intuitive contribution from the chat, they're a lot better than when I'm flowing it on my own. So let me address here this thing. The stories we tell tend to come true if you are an intuitive, especially a meta-analyst. Be very careful of the stories you let yourself tell. And so the thing is, what I keep trying to get to Rachel to understand or agree with fundamentally is that we have to make a choice about this question. Am I in a stage where I'm evaluating whether or not this is the relationship I want to be in, or am I in a stage where that's been decided? And at that point, the difference is this. If it's been decided, you default to assuming the problem is something you're going to solve and that it's not systemic and that it's not undermining the relationship. And you accept begrudgingly that you're wrong about that after a certain amount of conflict. If you're operating in a state of mind where you're still trying to come to a decision about whether you want to be in this relationship, then you're guaranteeing the relationship to fail, because that's what it means to commit somebody, is to behave as though you're always going to be in a relationship, that you're 100%. And then as problems arise, you to deal with them. If it turns out those problems can't be resolved and they keep repeating and they keep creating conflict and stuff, then you realize you were wrong and you've got to go, you got to break up. Yeah. Okay, look, I understand that I go too fast. I understand that. It's unreasonable to expect someone to go balls to the walls on that narrative like you do without any doubts being expressed. I mean, I agree with you that I was unreasonable to do that at the beginning of the relationship, and I did it then anyway. And perhaps I didn't afford her the legitimate time she needed to waver back and forth. But the thing is, note, of course, what she values so much in me, in part, is that I afford her a safe space. I don't put her through that. I don't say, I'm not sure about you. It's what I call Dread Pirate Robertsing. So if you DPR somebody, you're playing that game that the Dread Pirate Roberts played with Wesley in Princess Bride. Great job today, Wesley. Good work. Sleep well. I'll probably kill you in the morning. Nobody can function in that environment. Nobody. You need to be able to go to bed at night confident that they're not going to kill you in the morning. Certain of it. Operating as though it were certain, right? And so that's what it means to be committed to somebody in a relationship, is to say, I am not Dread Pirate Robertsing you anymore. We are together. That's for sure. We're a long way from that ever being doubted. If we've had a rough month, God, we've had a rough month. I'm not sure about this anymore. Fine. And only after multiple times trying to address something and not getting solvency on it. Fine. But that default says this: either if you are no longer trying to decide which car to buy, but have bought your car and you're driving it, that you're no longer thinking about which car to buy, or maybe you shouldn't have bought this car or whatever. Now, the thing is, if with a car, if you're really unhappy with it, fine. Same with a person. If you're really unhappy with it, fine. But that's not the data that we have. The data we have is Rachel's been very happy for the vast majority of this relationship, very satisfied. And it was just for the last few days that she's felt during parts of that time feeling neglected because I wasn't paying attention to her. So we know that that's not a legitimate reason for so systemic a response. So that's why another reason we conclude this is almost certainly not to be taken as Rachel's actual perceptions on things, but rather Rachel displaying a mental health episode. Cloud, I can accept that simple truth. Okay? In fact, that's why we're still broken up, because Rachel's not as invested as I am. And I've indicated to her that she needs to convince me she is before we get back together. So, again, your words mean nothing. You say, I will not realize a simple truth because you don't listen to my words. Again, you're not listening to my words. You said, I won't realize a simple truth. But I have realized it, haven't I? I did well before you said that. And you said, she doesn't want my steamrolling narratives. My narratives are not steamrolling at all. You're not listening to them then. Because what I'm saying is, we have a lot of choices here. I'm not trying to compel you to choose narrative A or B or C. I'm saying these are what are representative of a healthy relationship, what I need ultimately. If you're not capable of giving me those, then we're not on the same page and we shouldn't be together. No, if you feel steamrolled, that's because, again, Cloud, you're not using words correctly, so I have to correct it all the time. It's not steamrolling you. You don't feel steamrolled. Okay, so remember that steamrolling refers to the person, how the person feels, not what I'm doing. I'm saying perfectly reasonable words. They're neither steamrollers nor cranes nor anything other than words. Okay, what makes them steamrolling is how you feel, not what I'm doing. I always am responsive. Here's the thing. I absolutely can be wrong. This is the problem, Swift Eagle, is that I often am. But the problem that people is they don't notice. What they should do is learn from me and go, I need to do what Eric does. When I'm wrong, I need to accept it right away, acknowledge it, and learn from it, like Eric does. And so because I'm not getting fussy when I'm wrong, people think I never can be wrong. The exact opposite is true. I'm the only one that I know who, well, not the only one, but I'm one of the very few people I know that actually can be wrong. The problem is nobody else seems to be able to be wrong. Which narratives of mine stray hard from reality, Cloud? Which of them? You're saying things that are nonsense again. Like that. Please tell me which narrative of mine is straying far from reality. I'd never rage when not treated dramatically unfairly. I know that's the sort of thing people do when they don't want to take ownership of their decisions. When they don't want to own that they are the one responsible for their actions, feelings, thoughts, behaviors, and words. That's what people do when they're trying to avoid owning their choices. They try to dump them off onto somebody else. I've made very clear what my choice is, what my preference is, and that I'm committed to her. In a world where she has periodic mental health breakdowns that result in a Rachel that's not really Rachel. Right. So the thing is, that's why I need to remember to know, because Cloud, you're right there. If you're made for each other, everything slides naturally, like it always does with me and Rachel, except when she's having a mental health episode. She has a shit ton of accountability about it after it's passed. in a few days, maybe tomorrow, she'll be saying what she was saying to me on Saturday after Friday playing. I'm not sure about the relationship. She's saying, I'm so sorry. I don't know how to apologize enough for this. I don't know how to make it up to you. And I said, that's all you got to do is that. Make it clear that we're on the same page again. And that deviance from Rachel was, in fact, a deviance from who you basically are and how you normally treat me and how we normally talk. So that's how she is when she's not experiencing a mental health breakdown. My mistake here has been consistently because I'm so fair about words, so unbelievably fair about words, I found it impossible not to be fair about Rachel's words. And in other words, if there's going to be a critique of me in some fashion, such as, I don't like the way you are on Adderall, that's a touchy critique spot because it's not fair, it's bullshit, and a lot of other things. But then I'm going to respond on point, and I'm going to want to either defend my behavior or acknowledge something or fix a problem or whatever, right? And I let myself do that when I should have not engaged the point directly or argued the note at all and respected that this isn't representative of her. Well, KJ Wright, in every other situation, you'd be correct, except for this instance of psychotic episodes. If a loved one has a periodic psychotic episode that is clearly, distinctly deviant from their norm, that is not representative of who they are, and they can be controlled with medication, and if some reversion to that mentally ill state occurs while we're in the process of changing meds, when she had no meds for a day, she had run out of her old meds, some of them a couple of days before, and so there's this big medication clusterfuck, then we have to be really careful, really, really careful about not making too much big meaning about this, right? Because there's a lot of extenuating factors that suggest this is not indicative of a larger truth, but rather deviates from the larger truth. So it's very important, KJ Wright, when we speculate like this, that we don't let our own personal experience cause us to say words that people with less defenses than me might be seriously harmed by. So it's fine for you to say, this is the thing, I'm cool. People can say their bullshit to me all they want because they'll never get it past me. But like this here, Erica, I understand and agree with your analysis of the relationship, but after she's crossed this line, how can it be possible to go back? That's normally absolutely the case. And that's the difference between mental illness and a personality disorder. Kimberly never quite crossed those lines. She always stayed just on the side of them. But she was constantly causing me pain. In other words, she wasn't brave like Rachel. Rachel was very brave, stupid, but brave to break up with me. She had courage. The reason she can cross this line and come back from it is because that's not Rachel. That's not Rachel. This is the Rachel I saw at Christmas when she had an episode. Again, on Christmas, she stopped taking her meds, and then she had an episode. I've seen it again now when her old meds sort of stopped working. We go through this medication shift, and she's like this now for the stretch of period of time. People hear me talk about the specifics of this conversation she and I are having, the specifics of what she's saying, and taking it serious. Because that's what normally people do. It's a perfectly reasonable thing to do. It's a failure to apply NI appropriately. NI tells us that in this instance, all those things that might SI normally be relevant or FI normally be relevant are not relevant here. That what's required is somebody who's got some character and some backbone and who's able to recognize that I've got a woman whom I love very much, who's a wonderful human being, who's a perfect match for me, who has a mental illness. And when I got with her, and still to this case, she considers herself somebody who doesn't have any friends. Now, that always bothered me and concerned me. But I understand now what has happened. She's been taught that people get thrown away. That she gets thrown away. That if you give another person enough good reason to throw you away, they'll take advantage of it and throw you away and get themselves out of this thing. Let me extricate myself from this thing. This is a mess. I don't want to deal with this shit. She keeps making the argument that somebody else would be better for me, for Eric. She says things like, you'll find somebody else. I know I will. That's not the fucking point. Doesn't anybody know what it means to love somebody and be loyal? Doesn't anybody understand what it means to commit to somebody? This would be miserable long-term, KJ, right? But I'm quite confident it won't be long-term. Okay, impulsivity is encouraged, but what I'm saying is, you sometimes do yell unjustly, Eric. You have before raged at me unfairly in person, even when I did nothing to provoke you, save clam up when you tried to pull a nasty straw man against my good faith. I mean, you're always positioning things like that. I don't think that's what I did. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember even yelling at you in person. Did I? I don't remember doing that. I might have, but really? I yelled at you? I don't remember yelling at you. She just realized the truth that she tried to avoid, and that is that Eric is too dominating. I mean, the thing is, I'm incredibly gentle most of the time. When I'm not gentle, I almost always have a very good reason for have gotten to this point. And everybody focuses on how I'm mad and how that looks and stuff. And nobody seems to pay any attention to, what I'm mad about or why I'm mad. No, it's easy to be gentle when you have a teammate working together with you to solve problems. As I usually do with Rachel. It's hard to be gentle when you have a teammate working against you on their problems. Right? Rachel's asleep, hopefully. Okay, I do sometimes yell unjustly. But I don't think I've raged at you. When did I know, okay, I might have yelled at you. I'm quite certain I didn't rage at you. I mean, you're being a little haphazard with your diction here, horse mumbler. I think I got annoyed because you were playing Watch Your Cake and Eat It Too. You're like, you want to make videos, but you don't want to speak. I think that's what irritated me. Now, was that not very FI considerate of me? Yeah. And you won the FI battle. I ended up feeling bad. And feeling like I was bad, had been a bad person and not not done a good job of. I felt like I failed on Third Slot FE. I felt like I had failed on FE grounds, and when I feel like I fail on FE grounds, I really can't defend it. It's just like, yeah, I fucked up. Sorry. So, if it's any consolation, you got through to me, in certain terms at the time. I'm not sure you're getting through to me right now, but people learn to mitigate the damages during these periods. Can't fly over time, too expensive. Has no place to go that doesn't cost money. It's expensive decisions to make right now. Right. Well, I mean, hopefully this isn't going to be a frequent occurrence. I'm really happy with this new psychiatrist, and I think we're going to find something that works for them. I'm humbled by this. I'm humbled by the challenge of it, and I find myself suddenly respecting the challenges of psychiatry more than I ever have before. It's a tough thing to figure out exactly what's going to work for, what's not, and I'm learning to have a loved one with a mental health problem. I've never experienced this sort of stuff before. I'm learning what it means, and is Rachel my equal or my pet? She's not my pet, that's for sure. Yeah, I afford her shit tons of respect and equal agency to my own, as I do with everybody. Do you think third slot FE peeps often make people feel bad or ignored accidentally? Yeah, because, third slot FE wants to perform all the time. And it's like third slot FE also understands basically, I need you to. Yeah, I did do that. Morris Mumble. I did interrupt you and yell at you at the parking lot. It wasn't my best day. Sorry. I don't know. Okay, hold on. I may have yelled at you unprovoked. The yelling was unprovoked. And I may have interrupted you. I did. And that's my bad. But I absolutely did not demand that you meet my burdens for me. Not true. Never would happen. That's not something I do. You win FE grounds for sure. And I'm sorry about that. And it successfully makes me feel bad. But you're not going to sneak in some bullshit there. That's not how I roll. I don't get other people to meet my burdens for me, argumentationally. That's what other people do to me all the time. They try to do that. I mean, that is an angle of attack that people often use against me, Cloud. They'll say, you're domineering. You're not letting Rachel have her voice, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, it's one of those things where if you want to unfairly attack me, it resonates well on FE grounds, but it's simply not true. Not domineering at all. The thing about being domineering is that assumes you know what you want. I'm extraordinarily accommodating, but I won't, Horse Mumbler. I didn't get, something that's slow to get, that there are people for whom that's a big deal. So, unfortunately, there seems to be a determined effort to ignore what I've indicated here, which is, of course, if you were to judge, I mean, I seriously doubt that. I have very, very seriously doubt I tried to get you to meet my argumentational burdens. That's very unlikely. I mean, it's more likely that frogs fell out of the sky, frankly. So you probably misinterpreted something, or don't understand the frame correctly, or something, or we weren't arguing about the same point, maybe, or something. I don't know, but there's no way in hell I did that. Unless you can articulate very precisely that and convince me, you'd have to articulate very precisely the exact specific thing I did. And maybe it's possible I had an aneurysm or something and had that moment where I actually did that, but it would be the first time, probably in 20 years. It's plausible. I mean, it's not impossible, but it's highly, highly, highly unlikely. Because, I mean, the thing is, the reason I never do that is because I need to make sure that I can hold other people to because I'm not going to let them do that to me, you know? He's accusing me argumentationally of saying he needed to meet my argumentational burdens, which is what people do to me all the time. And I always correct them on it and say, no, that's your burden. This is mine. Meh. So, you know, if I did it, it represented, I must have been, I mean, I don't know what would have happened. I can't even conceive of what would have made me do such a thing. I mean, I remember I was like annoyed at the slowness of the engagement is what I mostly remember. I don't even remember what we were arguing about. I have no idea. I have no recollection of it at all. That's third slot SI. He probably remembers better than my fourth slot SI, you know? Thanks, Sergey, for acting on and off. But, you know, if I did that, Horseman, if I actually did that, then all I can tell you is the slabs must have caused me to do that to allow you to have this moment here and me recognize that sometimes, I don't know. Yeah, I respect that, Horse Number. And that's why I'm saying, you know, I'm not guaranteeing you that I didn't do it because I don't remember it all, but I'm willing to be convinced that I did. If I did, then the only explanation I would have is the slabs wanted me to fuck up in this way around you so that I could learn from this. It's the only explanation I have. So they made me fuck up in ways that I never fuck up because I need to learn, especially from you. That's possible. I mean, I guarantee you this. If I did that, somehow I wasn't aware I was doing it, which just seems impossible. So I mean, that's why I'm saying it's got to be. It would have to be a slab-based thing. Like the slabs decided to blind me momentarily, so that I would make this mistake. So we would have this conversation. And I would learn something I need to learn from it. That's not something I do. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. You know, I'll be honest about if what you're saying is actually what you say it is, then I'll be honest about it. I'll go, yeah, you're right. I guess I did do that. Nobody's perfect about anything, I guess. Even things they really think it's effortless to be perfect about. I'm already assuming. See, I trust Horst Bumbler. So when he's saying this, given that he remembers the thing and I don't, I'm assuming he's probably right. I know he's got good TI. It's unlikely he's parsed it out wrong, but it's possible. He may have missed something here. I don't know. I mean, the thing is this. I'm right now kind of attached, and I'm not sure if I should be attached to this, but I'm attached to the idea that Rachel needs to, if she wants me to be with her, she needs to fight for me, because that's the basic frame here, is that you fight for somebody, not against them. Well, that's what I've been talking about directly with her. There's no assumption here. That we talk about the frame directly. Because we're meta-analysts, there's no problem. We can do that. I say, here's the frame that I believe one ought to have in a relationship. And I'd like to hear anybody actually contradict my frame. You know, it's like, and I say, so we interpret things like this because like this. And what that means is the real framework point is that you have to make a decision about a status of something. Is it a relationship that you are considering being in, or is it a relationship that you've already considered and you just made a decision about? If you want to go out with me, if you want to be my girlfriend, that means you know you want to be my girlfriend. You don't want to try it out for a while and see. And this is one of the things that drove me insane here is Rachel saying, well, I don't know if we can live together. We are living together. We have been living together for most of the 7 months. Yeah, but we were, it's like, come on now. Why are you telling me now you want to evaluate this to see if it will work? We're already in it, you know? Am I a leader or a follower? I'm neither, really. I mean, if I had to pick one, I'm a leader, but I want to lead about words. I want to lead about talking. I don't want to lead about I don't like the idea of leadership per se. It's not really an alpha quadrant value. It's a beta quadrant value. But I've learned to respect it more. And I've learned to understand that there are times when I need to display better leadership myself. And I'm starting to own that role a little bit more than I used to. It's challenging because it runs afoul of my basically egalitarian nature. Everybody's the same, everybody gets treated equal, and everybody has the same duties and responsibilities, basically. And I would like to have that sort of universalist justice be a predominant frame in things. It's not always, and it shouldn't always be. When I'm having problems and it's my fault, it's usually because I'm trying to force the wrong kind of frame onto something. I mean, the thing is, of course, what I do, Cloud, is try to empower her independence as much as I can. I'm not trying to impose any of my opinions or thoughts on her. But I'm telling her things like, you have to make a decision. you can't pretend as though saying we need to decide whether we want to be together after we've been together for 7 months. You know, it's called not taking words very seriously. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to stop this live stream right now. Or did you want to do it on the live stream? That's fine. We can do that. You can call me. I don't. If you want to do it privately, then we do it a little bit later. I gotta say, one something that gave me so much joy is John Henry's comment on my Richard Dawson video. There's this very long comment that's like almost a grammar school essay about a book you read. He does this sort of like, I really like the part where blah, 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 blah. And then I also like the part where this was very interesting. He put a lot of care into making sure he knew specific reasons why he liked that video. I really appreciated that comment. I haven't responded to it yet, but I will respond to it by writing something, not just thumbs upping it and hearting it. It was like a book report. It was great. I really enjoyed reading it. So, it's like, I know what I want, and I know what I think about how people should interact with each other in a relationship, what it means to say you want to commit to somebody, and what that commits you to, really, That's something we should be able to sort of reach universal agreement about. When you commit to being with somebody, it doesn't mean you're locked in forever. But it does mean as though you operate under the assumption that the time for thinking about whether you want to be in the relationship is over. Yeah, I trust you, Horseman War, completely. I don't think you're gonna misrepresent anything. If in fact you're right, I'll just have to agree with it. I don't want to be wrong. Thank you, Sergey Rakijamanov. Is my fear of what I want holding me back? Is that what it is? What's the tallest and shortest I've dated? The tallest I've dated is, I didn't really date her. I had a odd sort of non-sexual intimate relationship with this woman named Kimball that was something between a friendship and a lover relationship. It didn't have any physicality to it, but that was a weird one. That was a weird relationship. We both liked each other a lot. Yeah, Kimball. And we both wanted to be together. But circumstances weren't conducive to it. She's an INTP. I was an ENTP. And she was tall. She was 6 foot, probably 6'1". It seemed on the surface that she and I were made to be together. She won the state championship in California in policy debate the year I didn't go to states because my team didn't go. How crazy is that? I never went to states. My team didn't go, but I did qualify one year, but my team didn't go. I may have been qualified 2 years. I don't remember. Yeah, Zandy, you've nailed it. You've nailed it. Rachel wants to see the end before it starts. She's saying, I can't commit to this unless I can see for sure the end, whether it's going to work or not work before it starts. Oh, you're the captain. The idea is you can take my woman on your voyage with you. Yeah, well, there's that. Torpid Dark makes a really good point here. I'm being somewhat disingenuous when I say I'm neither a leader nor a follower. I have said to her explicitly, and I'll say it again, that she's coming to join me in my life. I'm not joining her in hers, right? It's like, it's just how it is. And there's a good reason for this. This is why I picked somebody who had nothing going on. I wanted somebody who had nothing going on. Why? Because I want somebody that what I have to offer better serves their own agency than what they have for themselves. So I don't have to worry about whether or not I'm controlling them. They voluntarily decided that this boat that Eric's driving here is much preferable to the boat I drive myself or boats that other people drive for me or me driving boats for other people. But the thing is, as a boat driver, I'm mostly saying, well, where would you like to go, Rachel? And I'll drive the boat there. So I may be driving the boat, but I'm driving it in interest of serving her interests and wants and needs much of the time. Because I'm bipolar. I don't exactly know what I want. So when somebody says, like, why are my fears of what I want holding me back? Is that what it is? I mean, I'm not saying it definitely isn't, but is that happening? I'm not sure. That sounds like a terrible idea. Read the end before you get the book. No, Upton Place 48, but it's a good question. Upton Place 48 says, did your deciding that Rachel was an INFJ make you really question your and Curly and Isaiah Rude's typing abilities? First it was ENFP, then ENFJ near the end, then INFJ after it was over. Well, the ENFP to ENFJ shift, I think, would be typically indicative of me typing well, because what happened there is I picked up on some of the obvious cues initially that suggest ENFP, which is what she'd been mistyped as before plenty of times, and saw through them quickly enough and realized, okay, she's definitely not that. I mean, quickly enough, remember, I spent an hour with them. I got to the right quadrant. I got not just that, I got to the right last three letters. She's an NFJ. And I had good reason to think at the time that the better choice was ENFJ. Her SI is pretty iffy. And if you look at the physical SI, it's really iffy. So if I'm asking her about her sleeping and stuff, and she's telling me she can't sleep, and she eats it very irregularly, and a lot of stuff that seems to correlate with SI polar, it's the right decision based on the data that I had at the time. It doesn't make me question my typing ability. It makes me acknowledge that that it's I can be a lot more certain after spending a few weeks with somebody than I can after an hour, you know. But I think it's impressive, frankly, that I went through making the same mistake other people make, all the tests make, and everything. You know, oh, you're ENFP. Thing, and people still try to say she's ENFP, and that's just reading her affect and what she's saying about liking to be creative and stuff and all that kind of stuff. You know, in other words, misreading her self-report and her affect and drawing conclusions from that. So ultimately, of course, because of the way I go about doing it, it's designed to eliminate those kind of false conclusions. And so using the TI approach, actually I said, if this stuff's not consistent with this. Okay, so I guess I'm on the wrong page. That's how one types. I initially always start with throwing out an idea. Usually it doesn't turn out to be, 50% of the time it turns out to be right or wrong, but that's just my process. Does this relationship make me question myself? It makes me grow a lot. I have to be a grown-up because I have to live by what I know, even though I'm not a knower. What I know right now is that this period of time is not representative of who Rachel is, and it's not representative of anything about the viability or correctness of this relationship. Rachel is the love of my life. It makes me realize that I can't be a baby. I have to accept what I know and not argue points that I can argue because I can argue them. What I know is that Rachel loves me. I love Rachel, and we're perfectly well matched for one another. Rachel will tell you the same thing if she's not experienced in a fugue state. So that's what I need to know, and that's all I need to know, really. There will always be hateful people out there, like Becky, who try to poison other people against me. And that's just what it means to be a good person, to be the hero, To be the hero in the story is to be opposed by the villains in the story. And, I am that. I am the hero in the story. And the reason I'm the hero in the story is not because it's me, not because, everyone thinks they're the hero. No. The reason I'm the hero in the story is because I walk a narrow path. I have moral standards that define how and where what I will do and what I won't do. Because my word, you can trust my words. My words are reliable. That's why I'm the hero and not the villain. Because there are lines I say I won't cross and I don't cross. Because I'm the hero, not the villain. The bad guy always has the advantage of having no qualms. Like one of the spite monkeys the other day entered my phone number and a whole bunch of shit. So I got all this endless amounts of spam text messages. That's crossing a line I wouldn't cross. That's spiteful, right? You're just doing mindless harm because you're spiteful. Not something I do. I try to allow the discourse to attain rightness. And when others cross those kind of lines, they lose the ability to engage in discourse with me. I do, Matthew Alistair. It's like there are people out there who try to say that it's such a huge, impossible thing to really walk a straight line. No, it's not. It's not hard at all. All you have to do is be honest with yourself about yourself. Be your own harshest critic regarding morality, not regarding other things that aren't character issues. Be your own incredibly harshest critic about character issues. And be loving to yourself about other things. We all make plenty of mistakes, but when you know what's right and wrong, as almost everybody does, and you choose wrong willfully, then you should not go easy on yourself. You deserve to be ashamed of yourself. Oh yeah. A lot of people. I have a limited trust for anybody around Becky because I know she's the worm tongue, you know. Yeah. As per Lord of the Rings. Is that what that guy's name was? The guy who made the king covered over in like spider webs. You remember that in Lord of the Rings? I forget what that guy's. I think it's Worm Tongue or something like that. But yeah, I worry about them turning on me. Worm Tongue, yeah. It's like the worm tongues of the world despise me. They despise me because what do they want to do? They want to spin. And I'm supposed to be a spinner too because I'm the best spinner there is. But I won't spin. I won't let them spin. Look, Cloud, I'm not interested in well, I understand, Cloud, that you have a choice in life, you know? You can be a white wizard, a gray wizard, or a black wizard. I choose white. That makes me the hero, not the villain. You are one of those things as well. You're the hero or the villain or the undecided, the uncommitted, the one who's still lost in beggary. No, because I don't want any mention of that person's channel anywhere on my channel. And that's the name for channel. I don't want that written anywhere in text here. It's ugly looking. You said the words Planet Ketchup. When I have to look at it in text, it looks really ugly to me, as does Becky. So, you know, I didn't like to look at it, so I removed it. No, sounds like somebody who's done inviting cockroaches to my picnic. It's not a bad idea, Clayton McCord. But the thing is, I'm not a spite monkey. I don't have time to direct towards being spiteful towards people. I've got more important things to do, you know? Grima Wormtongue. Worm Tom G. I'm assuming that M is a typo, or is that actually his name? Tom G. So Brad Dourif, or however you spell his name, is a fantastic character actor. I don't know who that is. Yeah, worm tongue. I mean, that's the thing, is there are people who are worm tongues. Like, let me tell you why you should hate this guy. Come talk to me privately. That's how you know they're worm tongues. You know, Worm Tongue didn't stand up in front of everybody and say, here are the narratives I want the king to agree with. Say, come over here, let me tell you in secret these. Because Worm Tongue hates the light of day. The real light of day. Where, you know, the truth is said in front of everybody, and everybody else gets to decide what that means. Host Zachary's great. Host Zachary's a great guy. And in fact, I think he had a kid not that long ago. I'd be interested in following up with him. I wonder what's going on. He's still with the chick he got with when he was hanging out with me on this channel. Not that he didn't meet her here, but I mean, he's still with the chick that he started dating when he was co-hosting with me. The many-colored wizards may be the worst of all. Right. When a man does not keep pace with his companions, perhaps it is because he hears a different drummer rhythm steps of the music which he hears, however measured far away. It's Thoreau Walden, 1854. Well, I mean, the thing is, Cloud, narratives can go far from reality. That's why you make it clear that, you know, sometimes we talk about statuses, and the words that represent statuses are very important. And when we agree to certain statuses, that means that the other party can know things. I'm commenting in the commenters, Bacon. This has been a lovely stream to lurk on. Only wish I was chatting when Eric commented the commenters. I live in my own narratives, but I also compare them to the real world. Right. So, in other words, they're your narratives for your particular purpose, and you don't expect them to necessarily resonate with anybody else. They're useful for your particular purpose, and whether or not they make any sense universally is irrelevant, and that's fine. You should watch it, Matthew. I think it's actually the best video I've ever made. At least it's the best video I've ever made in terms of trying to produce a video that's conventionally appealing. There's nothing weird or quirky about it. It's very something like you'd see on TV, maybe, you know? Uncle served not the black wizard, but the one of many colors. That's the key to remember. Huh. Okay, so there's white, black, gray, and many colors, huh? I wonder what many colors represents in this grand allegory. Being hero or villain is a matter of perspective. Nothing matters but the victory and the author. Even the story doesn't matter, for it is the author who writes it and the victory that inspires it. I mean, let me give Trouble a little food. He's outside milling around looking hungry. Oh, Trouble. I'm such a softie. You know you're not supposed to bother Pee-Pee, but you do, but I still give you food. Here you go, Trouble. Here you go, kitty, 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 kitty. Here you go, Trouble. It's raining. I feel bad for him, and watch how I didn't grasp her emotional state. Well, because you see, people have emotions, right? And they say words, and you can pay attention to their emotions, but you can't do anything with that. Or you can pay attention to their words. Now, then you can get work done. That's horrible, Winston. That story is terrible. Obviously, the thing is, there's a tendency for people who aren't rational, I guess, to blame me for everything. Or maybe among people who are rational too. There's this weird tendency to blame me for everything, no matter what I say, No, I respect that Cloud was attentive to Rachel's feelings, but he's not actually talking about it. He's just trying to attack at this point. He's not really even engaging. We don't have any problems, Cloud, except for that she has a mental health issue that sometimes flares up. But you don't care about the truth. Right. Cloud has never been a friend he likes. He just floats between them, floats around them, ignores them, whatever. The thing is, of course, if Cloud were honest, he'd think about how the quantity of positive interactions versus the quantity of negative interactions, and actually listen and respond to the fact that this probably is not representative of a norm, but deviate from it. Instead, he just ignores that entirely and goes on as though it was never said, Oh, now she's an INFJ, Cloud? Weren't you saying she wasn't an INFJ yesterday? See what I mean? Cloud, words don't mean anything for you. Well, see, that's what I'm waiting to find out. If, in fact... first of all, let me say, email that fact. Is it true that Rachel has mental health issues? Absolutely. She's been hospitalized multiple times now. And takes a lot of hardcore psych drugs for bipolar mania. Now, is it in fact the case that that's what's responsible for this particular disagreement between us? I would say I'm pretty sure yes. But I'm susceptible to ignoring NI and sometimes going, well, but she's being so convincing about this right now, maybe I should just listen to her. If she still says this in a week, then yeah, she's serious and she means it. And it's not an example of a mental health issue. It's just I needed to listen to her in the first place when she started saying this because she was just as serious then as she is now. Fine, if that's the case. So what I'm saying is I want to wait and find out if if in fact this is indicative of some quality of the relationship or if it's indicative of a mental health breakdown. No, I'm not. And I'm not saying these are definitely illegitimate. Things she's saying are not legitimate. I'm saying I need to know because of the timing of this. So, in other words, to refuse to include the timing of this into the equation would be very disingenuous of anybody. The timing is she is changing her medication right now. She missed a day where she had no medication on Saturday, and she needs medication to maintain her stability. So, if in fact there's a period of time that represents something, a unstable transition period between one medication and another, and in that unstable period and volatility, and she's saying things she doesn't mean, then I absolutely want to excuse those and not worry about it. If after she's totally back stable in herself, she's going, those are actually serious concerns of mine, Eric, then I want to take those seriously and maybe probably, end the relationship accordingly. But it would be horribly misguided of anybody to suggest to me right now that these problems are definitely not mental health related. That would be just deeply, horribly irresponsible. And especially when we have such clear-cut instances of times when she behaved in contradiction to the rest of the time, and that those instances were mental health breakdown periods. And there's exactly two, one in December and one now. So what I have to do is wait and see. Does the now one actually represent a new understanding by her and that we're not going to work out, we need to break up? Possibly, but I'll have to wait until after this period of time to make any fair determinations about that, since I don't want to be unfair to myself or her, and since I also don't want to be wrong by saying things like, this is just the proof of how you never listen to others. Oh, that's for the INFJ thing. And so am I making an excuse for Rachel? The thing is, if it is related to a mental health breakdown in the moment, then I'm not making an excuse. She actually is excused from it. It's what it means to not be responsible for your own, to be insane. When you are not sane, not in your right mind, it means you're not responsible for what you said. It doesn't represent your actual self and what you believe, right? ESFPs and I have problems too, Ryan Harrison. We just do. We have a lot of problems because I expect them to be reasonable and have some sort of universalist approach to life, and they don't. They just float between frames and don't care about words, and and they're terrible. I mean, they make terrible decisions. Like Trump as a leader is, he's no leader. Zandy's not an INFJ. Zandy's an ENFJ. As is your mom's face. Let me smoke this bong rip. Let me smoke it well. Let me smoke this bong rip. Let me smoke it hell. I've got these little hairs that grow out of my earlobe, and I don't like them at all. I wish that they would go so. I'm done with all these hairs. God damn it. I hate those little hairs on my earlobe. Where's the guitar? Over there. Over there's the guitar. Over there's the guitar. Over. Yeah, Clouds and ESFP. True enough. I have not formally typed him or spoken to him. Fair enough. Hard to parse out what's the condition when you don't exactly know with definiteness what someone's like in their right mind with total certainty. And that even when behavior seems favorable. See, here's the thing. Matthew Allister, that's what I would have thought as well before seeing this thing play out in front of me. I mean, she's not, the problem here is, in some sense, that she's not nearly as bad this time. We're managing it a lot better. But when you see it at its maximal, and she's saying things like, there are people having sex in the garage, and she's mistaking me for her ex-boyfriend, Billy. And clearly not faking, exaggerating. It's not a spectrum thing where it's like, well, we're all on the same spectrum. It's just you're more on this end and that. No. It's a genuine psychotic break. And it's a totally different human being. Matthew Allister, that understanding of mental health is a natural one to intuit when you've not actually experienced what I've experienced. I agree. It's hard to believe that mental health isn't like that, but it's not. Rachel's crazy is not an equally legitimate form of Rachel. And it's very tempting for people who are good, decent human beings to go, hey, stop delegitimizing that person. I am not delegitimizing her. That Rachel is not legitimate. In other words, that does actually represent a mental health emergency that needs to be treated with something. No, when I see Rachel during her illness, I see somebody who has lost the ability to move through her SI information with her NI. No, that would be unforgivable. Because the thing is, we have to make a distinction between action on the physical plane and action on the metaphysical plane. Action on the physical plane is always much more unforgivable. So if she cheated on me, it wouldn't matter why. She's dead to me, basically. I want nothing to do with her. Because even if she wasn't in her right mind, at that point, she would have taken action that can't be redeemed with words. And anytime that occurs, then it's over. You got to be really careful with your physical action. But that doesn't mean you can be careless with your metaphysical action. And she's been very careless with her metaphysical action. But however, because it's metaphysical action, it can still be repaired with words, provided we're on the same page. Well, I mean, I would also, everybody in the world disagrees with conflating value sets and areas of attention. That doesn't mean that areas of attention don't correspond with various values depending on their slots. You're welcome, Octavio Silva. Just choose the platform. It feels natural for us to be here. I mean, see, that's the thing, Cloud. When we think like that, we limit the type in ways that they ought not be limited. You are engaging about a lot of abstract topics in the way that a smart SEFI user would. Yeah, still unforgivable. Because if she cheats on me and doesn't remember during a manic episode, it's still unforgivable. It is because cheating on me is not just unacceptable because it's accessible for me for lots of reasons. It's also it has a, in other words, there's a third party who knows that she cheated on me, namely the person she cheated on me with. And that can't be undone. Things can't be unsaid, but things can be explained adequately if it's words. Right. Things can't be unsaid, but it is hard. It's easier to be in a world where you go, okay, look, all these actions are still metaphysical. Why is physical action more impactful than metaphysical action? Because I'm a meta-analyst, means I'm highly map-oriented. So for me, as long as we're still talking about the map, we're in my wheelhouse, and I can fix it, whatever it is. Okay, there's been a problem here on the map. We're not agreeing on the same map here. Fortunately, I'm an expert map fixer. So if you're cooperating with me and working together to fix the map, no problem. As long as we're on the same page as to what matters, which is, that we can disagree about the map, but we can't act against each other's interests. So it would also be the case that if she were to break my shit, she did that once. She broke stuff in the garage, and that's close to a deal breaker. I can't have you breaking my shit. But it was something I was able to let go because I believe that we can get this thing under control. I believe that we can successfully manage this with medication, and that this existing problem stems from the fact that the timing, as I've said many times, that we are shifting medications now. There was a break in it. There were problems with the medication and stuff. Well, because I've seen her for the vast majority of the 7 months we've been together, she's been successfully medicated and not experiencing symptoms. Okay, so that's what makes me know it can be successfully controlled, and that the status quo is that it usually is. So that's I mean, if you are going to insist that that's unwise, then you don't care at all about the truth. I mean, we know for a fact that she can successfully control the mental illness, that the medication works for extended periods of time. And any reasonable conclusion would be that this current problem we're having relates to the medication change, right? So for people like KJ Wright, who are still trying to insist that I ought to throw Rachel away, well, that's why it's like you don't get what it means to love somebody. I don't know. You don't care about people. You don't love people. You don't know how to love people. You've heard everything I say about all the mitigating circumstances here, and you're still telling me that your negative truths about Rachel ought to be prioritized over what is actually true, what I'm telling you. Well, then you just hate love, I guess. You don't care about people, obviously. You're looking to advocate against the continuity of this good, healthy, happy relationship because of the red herring that's thrown out there, I do too. I feel the need of getting sense that as I get older, I need to find my way closer to the terrain too. That's an example of, again, what I was saying about the Richard Dawson video, right? That's an example of me getting closer to the terrain. All right, Eric, you've always sort of believed that you could do that genre better than it's done elsewhere on YouTube. If you Yeah, it's like I always believe I could do those videos better than other people do them, and that with my idea about like, okay, well, let's be practical. How can I be practical in a way that you asked a question? What's your question? Right, I know you asked that question. It's the latest in a series of attempts to disagree with the fundamental point here, which is this is not representative of a problem of the relationship. It's representative of a mental health break. You know, so it's pretty straightforward. I don't understand why you're still. Why wouldn't you think that one could control that? It's like, do you think that? What do you think? The medication doesn't work, or what? Now, what am I talking about? Well, yeah, in general, I've gotten in these last couple of live streams the feedback that I've invited by talking about this shit online. That's fair. But I've been struck by what it reveals about how little people know about relationships and how poorly people are in relationships and how poorly people think about relationships. Well, is instability fundamental to the nature of bipolar? Yeah, that's why we treat it with drugs, so that what's a switching back and forth between manic episodes and regular episodes flattens out so that it's not insane like that anymore. So it's all sane times. Now, granted, it's never going to be perfect. There are going to be times where we have to change medications like we do this time, and those are going to be rough weeks. But if we think about that rough week as indicative of fundamental problems, then we're telling the wrong story. We're choosing to tell a story that ignores the truth and begins someplace else. Is that what he says in that book? White, he sneered. It serves as the beginning. White cloth can be dyed. The white page can be overwritten. The white light can be broken, in which case it is no longer white. And he that breaks the thing to find out what it is has left the path of wisdom. He that breaks a thing to find out what it is has left the path of wisdom. It reminds me of the Billy Bragg lyric. The inclination to take the things we love apart to see how they work must be resisted, for they never fit together again. So I'm assuming she's in bed too. If she took another full one and it works as well as it did last night, then she's going to be out. I was surprised. She was also told by the psychiatrist to double up the other medication tonight. So I'm assuming she's out. In what ways do I see demonstrative TE in myself? Well, one of the aspects of demonstrative TE is that when somebody's asking you for something, right? Like, let's say somebody comes to me with a problem. Like, I've got a problem, Eric. Okay, let me listen first. I'm going to listen with TI first and decide if the problem is legit. Let's say the problem's legit. I'm going to, all this is occurring within an any frame, which means I'm parsing through all the possibilities, okay? What was I saying? I don't know what I was saying. The point is, hopefully it works and she gets some rest. I can only assume things are a little overwhelming for her right now. Oh, about demonstrative TE, right? The frustrating thing is if people don't accept my demonstrative TE. If I'm down to demonstrative TE, it means this is something that is not a TI or an FE thing. So it's like my first deal with the TI is this problem you're bringing to me legitimate? If it's not legitimate, then I say, okay, we're not going any further in this conversation. If it is legitimate, I try to solve it with FE. I'm very sorry, or whatever I need to say to make things okay again. And then if that doesn't work, then it may be one of those horrible situations where I actually have to fix a real problem. Like, in other words, I fucked up or I'm helping somebody who needs my help or whatever, you know? So then if somebody comes to me with a problem and I can't solve it I can't deal with the thing TI with just words. I can't deal with it FE, just the other person. I've got to deal with it in terms of actual problem solving. Then I go into TE mode. That's what I assume I have to do if TI FE doesn't work. But sometimes people are coming to me with something that's not TI, not FE, and that they don't want TE. When that happens, I say, okay, you are a problem admirer and a problem creator and a problem lover. You are a problem monkey. Problem monkeys are people who, in my opinion, talk about problems, but don't want to hear solutions. So it's like, what that means is if you come at me with FI, we're going to have a problem because I'm going to go TI first, then I'm going to go FE, then I'm going to go TE. And if you're not responsive to TE, I'm going to say, okay, you are the problem now. I have offered you a response according to legitimacy. I've offered you a response according to social hierarchy, equivalency, FE, pat you on the back or whatever I needed to do, or, give up some of my dignity for you or something. Fine, I did that. And that didn't work. Okay, now I'm actually trying to solve your problem directly, and you're resistant to my solutions. You're yeah-buddying me. Then at that point, I am fucking pissed, probably, because it's like, okay, you're a problem donkey. Thank you, Hambone, for correcting the animal there. That's right. That's absolutely what it is. You're a problem donkey. That means you either create problems where there don't need to be any, you admire problems, which means you talk about them but don't want them to be solved, or you just like there to be problems. What that really is FI. That's FI. It's like, I see FI as being a problem donkey. Would FE be some sort of sympathy? I mean, that's assuming I were to deal with the communicative angle by FE. I don't. I get to FE when the communicative angle doesn't work. When we can't agree on shit, right? When we can't agree on shit as who's right resolves this matter, that in fact you've got hurt feelings or something, then I will do the thing I have to do. I'll apologize. I'll admit I'm wrong. I'll whatever. Now, if in fact that's not what you want, you don't want, it's not clear who's right here, let's say. and you don't want my FE, then you must want me to solve some specific problem, do something specific to get from point A to point B. And if you don't want that, then at that point, I call you a problem admirer. Because at that point, I'm saying, okay, well, what do you want? I say, well, what do you want? And they go, I just don't like, that's not answering my question. I didn't ask you what you don't want. I asked you what you do want. I hate that shit. You know, it's like, this is something I'm not talking about Rachel now. I'm talking about being in a relationship with a woman, which I've done for my whole life, been in various relationships with various women. Except for like part of my 20s when I was single. Then I just didn't have any. It's perfect. I mean, that's great NI from Hambone. Problem Donkey is absolutely the right animal for that. It just in terms of the way it sounds, rolls out of the mouth. Some of those negative behaviors may be tests for unconditional love. She has my unconditional love. I give people my unconditional love. But people seem to think that means I'm promising to feel something. That's not what love is. Love is not a feeling. To love somebody is to behave lovingly. I feel in love with you. I feel a lot of love for you. Sometimes when I'm paying attention to you and feelings. Most of the time, obviously, I can't be paying attention to how much I feel about another person. That's crazy. FI is deliberation, but it doesn't necessarily make you indecisive. Either does TI. TI and FI deliberate for the purpose of being decisive and making the decisions and doing the things. If it's with SE. I mean, love meaningfully can't refer to a feeling. No matter how much you love somebody as a feeling, that's a momentary experience. It's not a status, not something we can use for anything purposeful. What's the biggest takeaway you've learned from all of your past relationships? To respect the other person's feelings, which I do. I absolutely respect Rachel's feelings. You know, I have made it very clear that Rachel doesn't have to justify anything with anything other than her feelings. So this is the important, okay? Rachel doesn't feel like doing meow. She doesn't need a reason. If Rachel feels like doing meow, she doesn't need a reason. That she feels like it is good enough reason. That's fine. And see, I mean, that's one of the that's one of the reasons that this is so upsetting to me is that I respect FI in a relationship. I respect FI in other people. I see it as you get to do what you want, how you want, when you want, to the extent that, you know, you're on your own time and choosing to do what you want, then who am I to tell you what you should want to do? Your FI is what matters. And people who try to control other people, they're the ones who are not respecting FI very much. They're saying, well, I don't care what you feel like you want to do. You need to justify it in some fashion. So in that regard, I'm very FI friendly, but I expect my FI to be respected as well. And that means when I want to do what I want to do, that be respected, just as I respect it with Rachel. she doesn't feel like doing this. She feels like sleeping all day. Whatever. Go for it. I'm not judging you. But of course, it goes both ways. If I feel like making music all day, go for it, Eric. I'm not judging you. It should be her only words. I want you to do what makes you happy. It should be her only words. I agree. My awareness of feelings is very poor, Cloud. My understanding of FI is very poor. I respect that. I understand it, which is why all I can really be expected to do is to respect FI, not to know it or understand it. I don't respect my own FI very much, no. Well, I'll put it this way. I don't protect it very much. And in that regard, maybe my FI doesn't respect me very much. It's a necessary cost of doing business. It's like, well, I mean, I think this is one of the problems that anybody could successfully point out about me. That why are you so determined to shit on my relationship, Claude? Even though I made it very clear to you that yeah, it is conditional on that. I mean, look, when I say my love's unconditional, what I mean by that is you don't break up with me, you're safe. But since she did break up with me, my unconditional love has been rejected. You know, it was actually always one conditional love. Don't cheat on me. No cheating of any sort. If there's any kind of cheating, that's the one condition. And I've always made that clear. It's not really unconditional. It's one conditional. I have to be able to trust you. But of course, if you break up with me, then you've thrown my unconditional love in the trash. So you don't get to keep that when you break up with me, right? Then we have to reset and start over again and go, well, am I willing to make that commitment again? I take my commitment seriously. So I don't offer somebody that very lightly. So when they throw it in the trash, then they don't get to keep that when they break up with me, right? That has to be re-agreed upon. And I have to be told that this time you're not lying. Although she's not really lying. She was just wrong. No, not really. I mean, some like hardcore shit. Like, obviously, I'm not gonna stay with you if you're a murderer. You murder somebody. I'm not gonna stay with you if you have a secret life of crime. Or I don't need to articulate every single possible thing. But yeah, more or less unconditional, functionally unconditional in this world. If my girlfriend was to flirt on the internet, I mean, look, I'd be concerned in general if my woman were doing the equivalent of what the women here are doing, which is spending a lot of time hanging out with some other man. That would make me uncomfortable. But none of the people's men who are here, like Zandy's man who's here, doesn't have anything to worry about. I'm not after Zandy. In other words, I wouldn't be comfortable with it, maybe, but I'd be wrong to be uncomfortable with it. Now, if in fact Zandy's spending all of her time on the internet flirting with me and not paying attention to the actual man at all, Right, we're lost in the territory. Cheating is scary because it makes the map irrelevant. It makes the map irrelevant. Your words are now just worthless lies. Because everybody says, nobody says, oh, by the way, just before you know, I want you to be fully informed before we get into this relationship. I will be cheating on you. Nobody does that. Everybody says, no, I won't cheat on you. Right. That's why you can't make love conditional on anything other than the basics, right? Like when I say I have unconditional romantic in a romantic relationship, I have unconditional love. I'm saying you can be confident that unless you fuck up badly, we're good. You never have to worry about me unstabilizing you without good cause. I'm not going to destabilize you because I understand how important it is for you not to destabilize me, that we won't dread Pirate Roberts each other, that we will act as though we know we're in the relationship permanently, that it will take a lot of conflict before we start questioning whether or not this is the right relationship, you know? What time is it? Wow, it's 1 a.m. already. Things I had a big nap. So I had a big nap. But I think I want to go to bed too. I may sleep out here, or I may just go sleep in the bed with Rachel, even though we're technically not together at the moment. But I think that's, you know, that's whatever it is. It's temporary. And did I finish my Coke? I did, huh? That sucks. Because obviously KJ Wright, I mean, you're probably a spite monkey. He was trying to be subtle, I guess. You are being subtle, so I'm not sure. Because I intend to be with her for a long ass time. I don't intend this breakup to stick. I'm just saying I need to, in order to fix this big problem on the map, she's going to have to make a gesture of some sort to make me comfortable again. And I'm confident she will make that gesture, and it's metaphysical stuff. So I'm confident that we're going to be together, and we are basically still together. It's just that we need to go through some status management to correctly and successfully attain the outcome that I'm confident we both want. And of course, the other thing, KJ, right? When I say sleep with, I mean sleep in the bed, but you're more comfortable in there. I could sleep out here on this. No, she and I both have awareness of the fact that this is likely going to be resolved. She may think, no. Like last night, she went and slept on the couch after she broke up with me as a gesture. I'm not going to try to get on her. I'm talking about sleeping. She'd be happy to find me in bed with her in the morning, frankly. Mm-hmm. Wow, amazing. KJ Wright's here. hanging with Eric instead of at Seahawks training camp. I am so happy to learn that Seattle Seahawk has such strong opinions about my relationship. I'm just asking questions. You ever seen that South Park episode where Cartman's just asking questions? I mean, I'll check on her tonight. I don't think I'm going to wake her up. Based on last night, look, a couple hours after she took that Klonopin last night, when I went to check on her, I was able to get some response out of her, like, Rachel. There was no waking her up. She was out. And she was told to double up on the okay, well, that's fair then, KJ, right? If that's true, then that's right. No. Hey. No. Look, you got to understand something. I'm not always sure. When somebody comes in without a picture, it makes me more likely think that they're a spite monkey. If you are genuinely not a spite monkey, then I respect your then I respect your position. I was misreading you as probably a spite monkey. And it sounds like I'm actually misreading that. And I'm sorry for that. I appreciate your concern. It is your place to say, I'm talking about it on the internet. That makes it fair game. And I'm not somebody who would try to talk about something on the internet like this and then say, it's not okay for you to give me feedback about what I'm talking about. It is. And in this instance, I was leaning heavily towards maybe you were a spite monkey who was trying to yank my chain. You convinced me, and I am sorry for responding to you as though you were one. Sure. Yeah, I don't feel like doing it right now. I'm about ready to go to bed too. I mean, it's one factor, I'm an NE user, not an NI user. I'm not that easy to fool. I'm very comfortable with withholding judgment and leaving things in a state of ambiguity. Oh yeah, say hi to Pete Carroll for me too, please, KJ Wright, because Pete Carroll, now there's a coach right there. That guy is a coach and a half. I'm a USC football fan, so all praise is due Pete Carroll. If there's anybody in the world as a sports fan that I will go all praise is due to, it's Pete Carroll. He's a juicy coach. I mean, I've been expecting that you were right, Horseman Boy. I really am at this point. I'm expecting that I did do that, and it's just some sort of brain failure in the moment. I don't know what happened to me. I'm assuming you're right about it, but I will hear it out and we'll see. You might have missed something in there, and maybe I'll go, oh, actually, but I mean, I don't remember it. You remember it. If you think it out and you've thought it through a bunch of times, you concluded that yeah, that's what it is. Then I'm happy to listen to it and verify what I suspect is correct, that I did that. But I'll have to hear it out before I can officially verify it. But I don't doubt your judgment on that. Did he win all decade honors? I think he's an ENFJ, I love the way he coaches across the board. It's like his team's not out of it because his team doesn't let it get away from him. He stays close. He keeps the team close. He coaches to win at the end of the game. It's a very much a action deliberator approach to the game, but I don't think that's his approach to coaching in general. I think he's a knower. He's an interfacer knower. Are all interviews as brash as I am? Am I brash? I guess I'm brash. Yeah, always compete. I don't feel especially brash. I guess I'm kind of brash. The thing is, I have to talk periodically about myself and how I'm yeah, 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 and I'm yeah, yeah, yeah. Because a lot of times people challenge me on shit where that's the correct answer to it. You know? It's like if you challenge me and say, you'll never be able to, you'll never be able to play Hot Cross Buns on the guitar. I'd say, but I'm a pretty good guitar player, you know? I mean, I've been playing for a lot of years. And no, you can't. You can't. You don't know. You don't. And then I have to start articulating a bunch of stuff as to why you should take me seriously. And then they go, now, see how arrogant you are? You're so arrogant. It's like, no, you're challenging my legitimacy. I'm pointing out that I am legitimate by pointing to things that do, in fact, establish legitimacy. And now you're accusing me of being arrogant. So it's like that happens to me. I should be able to dismiss you. No, you shouldn't. Arrogant. What? What? Okay. I'm going to heat myself up a cup of coffee, drink it, smoke a cigarette, and then call it a night. Define no. Okay, I need to open this pineapple tomorrow. I've let this pineapple sit here ripening for probably a little too long now. Well, I don't know. I never really let a pineapple ripen for too long. I'm always impatient to get into it, you know? Most ISFPs are hot. That's true. What does it mean to talk without ideation? Well, when you talk without ideation, you're probably just responding to things. So I had an ISTP genius student who, you know, his thing was, will I get into Harvard or will I end up having to go to Yale or something else like that? His goal was Harvard, good chance of getting it. He got a perfect score on the ACT, okay? I was there to coach him for interview skills. I asked him a question, he'd tell me the answer. And that's it. So, what kind of things do you like to do for this? Or tell me about an experience that helped you to learn something. Well, one time, like, I was in class and I had the answer, but I didn't raise my hand, and the girl raised her hand, she had the answer, And I learned that day that I have to not be afraid. Like he was trying to, he didn't have any natural conception of how to answer interview questions at all. He had no natural conception about how to conversationally talk about about anything, about himself or whatever. He didn't come up with more words. He was conversationally flat, but he could use words to respond to things just fine. He just didn't give extra needless information. If you ask an open-ended question of an ISTP, they'll give you a closed-ended answer, as though it weren't an open-ended question. Like, tell me about what values are important and how you can see those values playing out in your life or something like that. And they'll say, honesty is important because when I'm honest, I don't have to worry about keeping track of lies. Okay, and I mean, honesty is really important. Okay, you already said honesty. You have anything else? It's like that. It's crazy. What I mean by genius is he got a perfect score on the ACT. Only a couple thousand kids in the whole U.S. do that every year out of millions and millions to take it. So it's like, I mean, is he a genius? Well, it depends what you think of a genius. You think being creative or talking a lot or being able to come up with expansive answers to open-ended questions is genius, then he's an idiot. But if you think that, getting a perfect score on the ACT is genius, then he's a genius, He certainly tests as more genius than me by any of the metrics that schools care about. Like the school's going to think he's a lot smarter than I am because I didn't get anything close to a perfect score on one of those kind of tests. Yeah, do that, what Octavio Silva says. He's a smart one, that Octavio Silva. He reminds me of a bucket of intelligence poured into a bag full of wisdom. There's a bag full of wisdom inside your face. There's a bag full of buckets inside. There's a bucket of faces and bags of heads inside of your heads. No, I do. Like, that's very useful advice. That's a little something, Octavio Silva, that the young people might call a life hack. You're helping people with life hacks. Do you use that expression a lot, Octavio? You say, here's a helpful life hack. If you tell people, here's some advice, they don't want to hear that. If you go, hey, I got a life hack for you, then they like that. You got a 21 on your ACT. Kids next to you in calculus were complaining about their 32. What's the highest score you get on it? You have an inspirational poster on your wall that says what? Life is like a box of turtles. Life is like a box of turtles. You never know what you're going to get. You just know it's a turtle. Don't you kind of know what you're going to get? Don't you know you're going to get a turtle? It was something pretty messed up, almost beautifully, unconsciously heinous. Even I can't think of anything less than character. And undue and legitimate frame burdening are the only things you so vigorously condemn as whatever you tried to pull over my eyes and mouth was. Really quite interesting, the metaphor. Real whammy. A slow and took me a long time to dwell on. Well, I'm curious as to what it was then. You know, sounds like quite an act of scoundrelry on my part. I like the sort of epic poem style language you're using here. It never got published. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Oh, the video? I probably still have the video somewhere. I just never get around to fucking with old shit. It's like, look. It wasn't like I was sitting there going, I don't want this to get out or whatever. I wasn't thinking about it like you were thinking about it. I was thinking about it. It's going to be an interesting video, I guess. Mostly how much effort is going to take to edit it. You know, I got this other things in front of me. I don't know. It wasn't like I was trying to hide anything. I was trying to get good videos with you. I was frustrated that I wasn't getting good videos with you because you don't respect the audience's need for pace or something. But which is fine. My problem was I forgot to shift frames when I should have shifted frames. I should have shifted from my broader purpose to your personal interests, and I didn't at the right time, and that was my fault. I'm sorry about that. Maybe you triggered a little SI heuristic debate trick. I mean, I'm not about doing that shit in a competition round. You know, in fact, that's the game. You know, that's what you do. I just pride myself on not abusing my powers. But of course, you know, maybe I do it more often than I'm aware of. If I could do it to horse mumbler and not be aware that I'm doing it, then maybe I need to be more attentive to it. Maybe there are other instances when I do that I'm not aware of. I don't know. Makes me wonder. Yeah, I mean, anything's fair game in the debate round. You can debate anything you want. But that doesn't make it a good discourse, right? You learn how to get to good discourse by practicing that shit in debate rounds. I use GIMP myself, which is a nice little photo editing app that's free. Of course, I'm very instrumental with my GIMP usage. It's just like I need to put words on top of pictures to make thumbnails and stuff, basically. That's all I got to do with it. I'm not trying to do anything fancier than that. So I don't need any fancy prep. Oh. I guess I don't want people linking. I don't want people driving Lincoln Continentals. Scared Cloud. I'm going to do you a favor. Home fries. I'm going to temporarily make you a moderator so you can post some links, okay? I'm going to unmoderate you in a little bit. So post a couple of links and then I'm going to unmoderate you. Okay? Now you're a moderator. Don't do anything stupid. And that was killing me too. I picture Cloud laughing maniacally in his room. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Look, Cloud, will you post your links, please? You have to argue with me about retaining your moderatorhood while you're utilizing the temporary benefits of it. Can't you complain about it afterwards? Be a little bit more instrumental in dealing with me, maybe. Is there any other link you want to put up there? Let me see. Did you draw that, Cloud? Great. I like it a lot. Except you can't see her nips. That's the only problem I'm having with that one there, Cloud. I want to see your nips. That's the only problem I'm having with it. Side breast. Oh, well, never mind. I don't want to see your nipple anymore. Let's see what's his mom put here. Oh, she put the same link again. Okay. Your LD record was short and poor. You competed in LD briefly? Wow. That's interesting to know, Horseover. I didn't know that. Interesting. I got this tooth I gotta pull out. It's wiggly. It's just the last little chunk of tooth that's left. Most of the tooth is broken out. And I just went all the way in the back here. I went to go pull it out earlier with some dental floss, and I couldn't find any dental floss. So I figured I'd just get looser over time. Like I think the tooth is dead at this point. It's just a little chunk of it's still stuck in there. I don't see. No, it'll work. That's exactly what I'm planning on doing. That's what my grandma did with me when I was a child, and it worked fine. And this tooth is probably not going to be putting up a bunch of fight. It's pretty ready to come out. This past summer, right there, I got these teeth down here. Got with. I did kind of an iffy job. but it's fine. And I need to get the other side dealt with too, but I haven't. And yet, and I will when I get around to it. If I have pain, I'll go deal with it at the dentist. Otherwise, it's not worth it. With an ice skate like in Castaway. Yeah, I'll probably try to find a better tool than an ice skate. It should be pretty straightforward. Pulling this teeth out. It's not. I don't think it's anything that good. Have any oral gel? No, I should probably get that. I'm not worried about a little pain if it comes out. I'm not worried about the pain. If I don't want what I don't want to happen is for me to do it and it not quite come out, but I feel all the tug on it. It hurts a lot, but it doesn't come out. Eric, can you explain what a magical thinking frame is exactly? I'm talking about religion right now, philosophy, and figure knowing your perspective might be helpful. A magical thinking frame is one that appeals to synergy, ultimately. That we need explanations for irreducible truths. Things like, are there moral truths that we ought embrace? Yes. Well, how can you prove that that's the truth? And that's well, there are holistic explanations to that aren't subject. They're irreducible. Things that are irreducible aren't inherently invalid. Therefore, we either choose to think about those things that are irreducible in ways that allow us teleologically to use language, that is to say, I'm either going to think about the irreducible matters as things about which I can nevertheless have conclusions, and or I'm going to require myself to deliberate out. It's really a deliberative knowledge contradiction. And I would additionally say that, like, we were in the car the other day, Rachel and I, and we were driving, and I was flipping through the radio stations, and it just, for a split second, I don't know, a tenth of a second or something, we passed this one radio station. I just gave it a split second and moved on to the next one. Wasn't sure what it was. I really wasn't listening to it. I was just sort of pushing through. And Rachel's like, waterfalls. So I went back and we listened to it. And she was right. She just heard just a rap and knew it was waterfalls. Now, the thing about that is, if you asked her to prove it were waterfalls, she would be at a loss. If you were to ask her exactly how it was or what she cued on to note that it was definitely waterfalls, she'd probably be at a loss. It's introverted intuition. As I say, it links to the identity of things. And a thing's identity is more than the sum of its component parts. It's also less than that. So it's like, you could have a wax statue of me, and that's not me. You could have a film of me and watch it, and that's not me. And there's a lot of other things that are not me that have many or most of the attributes of me. To be me, it has to have all of the attributes. If you ask somebody, well, why is it that you know that that's Eric and that's somebody else? That's a complicated question to answer, right? You have to relate. You have to link back to your experience. You could link to external things like, well, he calls himself that. A lot of different things. But how do you know for sure that it wasn't? Well, those questions are really difficult to answer. That's trying to deconstruct NI. How do you know the song you heard was White Christmas? Well, because that's what song was playing. But how do you know that was the song? It might have been Jingle Bells, but it wasn't Jingle Bells. It was White Christmas. Well, how do you know? Well, I recognize it. Well, how do you know that your experience is right? Because it has an identity, and I identified it using my introverted intuition. Namely, I recognize that this, even if I've only seen the lighter from this angle, it's still the same lighter, even though it looks very different when I look at it from this angle. That's introverted intuition. It's the idea that the entity itself has an identity that's distinct from any justifications. So the thing about that is the issue of religion and God is only divisive because believers are saying that their beliefs are justified by the justifications of parsings, but they're not. And parsers are saying, unbelievers are saying, your whole truths are invalidated because they don't validate against my parsing mechanism. But that doesn't invalidate them. Things that can't be parsed out but are still true. Well, we have aspects of life that we have to make meaning about in ways that are unparsable. So it's like I can make as much meaning as I want about a given painting or song, but I can't prove to you that it's good or bad. But it is good or bad. And it's universally good or bad. It's not just particularly good or bad. For people who say beauty's in the eye of the beholder, it's not true that that painting is good and that painting is bad. That's just your opinion. Those are people who are saying, I reject magical thinking. The same thing as with God, okay? Now, God in particular is a little bit different because for God, we have, first of all, I would point out this. If you want to say something interesting in class, say this. God seems to be the only thing about which we argue existence because it's contraindicative of the way language works. If we're arguing about whether or not this coffee tastes good, then we're assuming it exists. If we're arguing about whether this coffee exists, well, that argument's not going to last very long, right? Because for this coffee anyway, I can show you the coffee and say, yes, it exists. And we can all look at the objective data. Okay, this coffee exists. So we'll never basically argue about that because the argument won't last long. We can often argue about whether a given interpretive frame is a meaningful interpretive frame, such as, are people really motivated by peer pressure? Is peer pressure really a thing for drug use? Does that actually happen? Does it impact kids, actually make them do more drugs, stuff like that? We might talk about whether something like peer pressure exists because it's an abstract reference point that is utilized as an explanation for why or how things happen. And similarly, God's an explanation for how or why things happen. But there's a big difference between peer pressure and God, because peer pressure attempts to explain a specific individual's behavior against another person's behavior as linked causally, whereas God attempts to link another person's being to an abstract notion causally. So people are because of God. They don't do because of God. People don't normally say, God made me do this. It's interesting. You might say, the devil made me do this. But it doesn't make sense to say that God forced you to do something bad. You can only hope it definitionally, in other words, if your behavior is in keeping with God, then it's you've made the right choices. That you've chosen the correct course. And what makes it magical thinking is the fact that you have to rely on the unparsable mechanisms of synergy. In other words, when the whole is greater than the sum of the parts, you have synergy. When you can't explain why something works except to say, well, all the different parts work together and you need them all for it to work, such as a car engine, you have synergy. The watchmaker's fallacy is an interesting thing to talk about. The watchmaker's fallacy says that because something appears to be a complex whole of equivalent nature to a car engine, that it must have been willfully created as such, like a car engine. I'm not entirely sure it's a fallacy, this is the first time I've ever thought about this, frankly. It is the case that I can't conclude that because a given rock looks like a face, that somebody must have carved it. But I can conclude, if a face was obviously carved as a face, that somebody must have carved it. It may not, in fact, be especially fallacious for theists to argue that something so purposeful is clearly made in the absence of any preferable explanation. And there certainly is the absence of a preferable explanation. Evolution doesn't explain anything. I never really thought about how the absence of evolution serves the case for creationism. I've never really considered creationism as something to argue about, because it seems like it's not really an argument, right? I don't know what to say about it. It doesn't seem like an argument, really. And I wonder now. I wonder if, in fact, yeah, it makes me think. It makes me think a lot. Close bottom. I feel things. I never seem to know what. Rachel didn't eat anything for dinner. No, they're not necessarily mutually exclusive, Clayton McCroddick. I'm just saying that because evolution's bullshit, God didn't make it that way. You know, it's not because evolution and God are exclusive. It's because evolution is exclusive of logic and sense. Yeah, they do sell them here. They're not hugely popular. I mean, they're one of the sort of popular flavors that's off to the side of it. Why is evolution false? It's not even that. It doesn't explain anything. It doesn't even attempt to explain anything. But people seem to think it does. Like I said, because it doesn't explain anything. You have to make double. No, I'm not. But then the thing is, I'm looking for a successful explanation. I'm saying, okay, well, evolution utterly fails, so that's not it. I can't eat on this side right now because it's too. Yeah, I like them okay. I mean, but the thing is, I can only eat a few of them. Well, Cloud. I will give you a very concrete answer to that question. You say, I think humans evolved from monkeys. Why are you wrong? Well, why do you think that? I mean, the thing is, purpose is infused into just about everything. We can't really understand anything without understanding its real frame of purpose. Even people who are atheists, when they talk about evolution, they ascribe this weird metaphorical purpose to genes that can't even conceivably exist. No, but the evidence is they cloud that no, nothing's evolving. That everything is, in fact, that without human pressure on or selectivity pressure, things revert back to the mean of their genome, and that, in fact, we've never seen anything evolve at all. And in fact, even when we test this theory directly by trying to create a new species by breeding dogs into ever vastly different creatures from each other, they can still breed with wolves. Okay, I'll talk about fiat in a second. Well, Cloud, one second, Horse Mumbler. I'll respond to you in a second. The reason is because without human intervention or pressure causing a species to change into breeds, in fact, every species always gives birth to another of the same of its kind. And the larger the population, the less possibility that small changes in subgroups of that population can have any impact on the genome at all. And in fact, if evolution were correct, then the necessary implication of that is that as a population of animals gets larger, the genome becomes more diverse. That's implicit in the whole idea of evolution if it were to occur. But right, Cloud, but evolutionary scientists no longer attribute mutations to an evolution at all. They don't say that has anything to do with evolution. You're not talking about evolution anymore. You're talking about Darwinian evolution, which evolutionary scientists tossed out the window a long time ago. Okay, so fiat. The idea of fiat in debate stems from the fact that I'll get back to evolution after the issue of fiat. It stems from the idea that when we are debating something, it is because fundamentally we are on the same team and trying to agree what we ought to do. So in Congress, when debate occurs, you might think, well, the Democrats and Republicans are on very different teams. But they're basically operating in the same frame, so that makes them on the same team in the sense that they're both arguing that what they want to do is better for the team than what the other guys want to do for the team, right? They're, at least in this regard, they're using the same kind of argumentation. It's not like one team is saying, I think we should do what's good for America, and the other team saying, I think we should do what's bad for America. They're both claiming that what they want is what's best for America. So in that regard, they're on the same team. You see what I'm saying? So this is the first thought to understand with fiat, is that it presumes people are on the same team and they are arguing purposefully to resolve a question. We need to know what we ought to do. Let's resolve the question by purposefully debating the various advocacies about what we ought to do. Okay? So, a lot of times, especially on the internet, these sort of advocacies boil down to the resolution, what ought we talk about as, or, you know, what, like, we should disagree with evolution or we should agree with evolution is a sort of resolution that one would argue about here on the internet. And the implicit read there is that if we were to argue about this in full and one person would be proved right, the other person would be proved wrong, and then we should both agree with the thing that's right. That's sort of implicit in the idea that is fiat, okay? So fiat, though, is specific to doing actual things, like actual policy prescriptions. It's born in policy debate, as are all debate concepts. In policy debate, it's born of the idea that basically you pretend you are a senator or a congressperson and write a bill and debate that we should pass your bill, essentially. That it's not called a bill, it's called a plan. And the plan needs to, in the olden days, it used to have to do certain things. It used to have to meet inherency, which is to say, you need to prove that there is a problem specifically that exists that your plan is dealing with and solves, that your plan is dealing with, and that if you don't do your plan, the problem won't solve itself. Okay, that's inherency. That if you do your plan, it's going to solve the problem. That's solvency. That that if you do your plan, it will solve the problem and not create so many harms that those outweigh the benefits. That's harms. And that if you do your plan, it'll solve the problem enough to count as solving, not just, it's not like, oh, we're in debt $1 million. Well, I've got a plan. Let's pay a penny of it back. Well, that's not going to really solve it enough. That's significant. And then the other stock issue was topicality. Obviously, it has to be topical to the topic area of the policy debate league. So here's the thing about fiat. If I'm going to be arguing for a plan, then we need to be able to pretend the plan exists and discuss what would happen if the plan were implemented. And so what that means is, okay, if my plan is implemented, then it'll cost this much. We're going to get these benefits. We're going to get these outcomes or whatever. Then the NAIC can come in and say, no, your plan is going to cause these harms. That's disads from the neg perspective. They're harms from the AF perspective. Okay. Disad is a neg articulation of harms incurred by the AF advocacy. Now, the other thing that might happen, though, the reason fiat exists is because the neg could say this every single round if it wanted to, if fiat didn't exist. No, we shouldn't do your plan to solve that problem. We should do my plan to solve that problem. But remember that debate it comes from the legislative process, and there's a reality in argumentation in general, and that stems from the legislative process, which is we have to address these questions one at a time. If my bill is we should solve this healthcare problem with solution X, and I'm presenting that here, then vote on whether or not solution X is a good bill. If you say, hey, I've got a solution over here, solution Z, well, then you needed to write a bill and get that tabled for debate, right? And when you do that, then we'll debate your bill. But right now, this is the bill being debated. You might say this other plan is better than this bill, but if it's such a good plan, why didn't you write it as a bill, and why aren't we debating that? The fact is, I can't come up with every possible solution to a given problem and pack it all into one plan. I'm going to take one approach to solving a problem. My approach to solving the problem should be affirmed if overall it's a good plan, if overall the benefits outweigh the harms, if overall it's legitimate and such. It shouldn't be negated because it shouldn't be like while we're debating my plan, whether it's good, you shouldn't be able to come in there and say, well, here, you know what, let's do what he says, but add a smile to it. And therefore, now I win because my plan is being chosen. It's my plan now. No, that's not your plan. And we're not going to debate your plan until it's your turn to be AF, right? This is why we need fiat. Now, is it possible for the neg to win with a counter plan? Yes. And there are legitimate ways to do that don't involve the neg having fiat. Basically, the neg has to argue there exists so preferable a solution that's exclusive of your plan here that we ought vote no on your plan to preserve the ability to do that exclusive solution. So in order to run a counter plan that is that a judge should vote on, that counter plan would need to have I've lost my train of thought looking at the chat. So for a counter plan to win, the counter plan needs to be exclusive of the AF advocacy. That is to say, like, okay, if I go, nation states should eliminate their nuclear arsenals. A possible counter plan is no, the states should eliminate only half of their arsenals. Now, that's a tricky topic to talk about fiat with, because in fact, all you can fiat in that resolution, where it said states ought to eliminate their nuclear arsenals, is that in the status quo, it is not the case that they ought to, and that after the advocacy, it will be the case that they ought to, which means the only possible kind of advocacy could be one that confers onto states that burden, which means basically, without saying so, the resolution is creating a situation where your only topical plan is to create international law making nuclear weapons illegal. That doesn't actually get rid of all nuclear weapons. So the problem with that nuclear weapon resolution was people kept fiating wrong. They'd say, well, I can fiat getting rid of all nuclear weapons. But that's not what they can fiat. You can't fiat that. In Lincoln Douglas, where you don't have an actual plan that you're fiating, you fiat the plan that's implied by the resolution, essentially. if it were interpreted correctly, they would be able to fiat from the status quo in which states it is not the case that states ought to eliminate the nuclear weapons to a status quo in which it is the case that states ought to eliminate the nuclear weapons, which means agreeing first and foremost that in the status quo, states don't have that obligation. Since you could argue that states have the moral obligation to do it in the status quo, or you could argue that they have some other kind of obligation in the status quo that's not legal, well, then obviously those aren't determinate in the question, or we wouldn't be debating whether they ought to, because presumed when we read the resolution, states ought to eliminate the nuclear arsenals, is that in the status quo, that's not the case. The AF always changes the status quo. So that resolution then drove home the question of what do you get to fiat when you're AF? That is to say, if it says the United States ought to eliminate subsidies for oil, which we had before, okay? In that instance, you have a specific agent that can be fiated. So in other words, if the AF goes, yes, we should eliminate all post-tax subsidies for oil and natural gas industries, then they get to assume that the government actually can do that. So they can't go, well, how are you going to do that? Well, I'm fiating that. How are we going to eliminate the tax subsidies? That's what the legislature does. It's the proper agent. The United States federal government passes policy, changes policy, does whatever by the legislative branches and other mechanisms of government. That's what I'm fiating. What it means to fiat it is to say, let's assume we do actually do this. And then to try to challenge the fiat is to say, well, but how will you actually do that? Well, look, first of all, let's decide if it's something we ought to do. Then we'll work out more of the details of exactly how it is going to be implemented. Obviously, we're debating here today whether the government ought to do this, not how to get the politics together. It's like, how are we going to convince Republicans and Democrats to pass this? Is not a question the AF should have to answer because AF has fiat. We get to pretend. Pretend that the thing's passed, is passable, right? That there is sufficient political will, because the presumption is, since we're on the same team, going back to that if you win all the arguments, you've convinced people, and since they're on the same team and they want what's best, they'll vote with you. Okay, so here's the thing, guys. If you want to argue in favor of evolution, speciation over time, changing species over time, you need to have an explanation. You can't just refer to it as though it were a thing without an explanation. Like, what is the manner in which one species evolves into another? Well, because if there's change over time within a genome, right? In other words, if genomes change over time, then it's a quality implicit to the genome. That's what you're saying when you say species change over time. So obviously, in any given population, some segment of that population is going to be evolutionarily in flux, while other segments are representative of the genome, right? Okay, but Nathaniel, why? According to evolutionary scientists, we're in a current stage of evolutionary stasis because of something called punctuated equilibrium. So you're disagreeing with the evolutionary scientists there when you say that. Things are always evolving. Most evolutionary scientists agree we are currently, the world is in a state of primarily evolutionary stasis. So my point is, during that point of punctuated equilibrium, when we had this sudden burst of evolutionary energy that came to an end, what was the driving force behind that burst of evolutionary energy? So let's see here who's stoned? Me? I'm not stoned. Am I missing some of the things here? Looks like I'm missing some comments somewhere. I don't know. Maybe some of them got censored. I'm not sure. Pop out the chat. Make sure it's on live chat, not top chat. Oh, it is on top chat. Oh, Eric, you're such a top chatty with top chat. What are you thinking? Whose idea of God did you defeat? I'm curious. I mean, I think people are evolving metaphysically. I think that I think that we're evolving metaphysically for sure. The more we successfully free up the metaphysical external field to allow people to freely interface with it in the way that the internet does, as opposed to the old way, which was like a library or something. I guess just the more liberated we are as a species. Torpid Dark's comments are just like that, just sort of not linked together or something. I don't know. Yeah, I expect the election to end soon too. It's 4 hours now. I'm feeling a sense of satisfaction based on the last 4 days or so. Well, I mean, that's assuming there's some sort of mutation aspect to it, Bacon. If there's a mutation aspect, then genetic diversity would naturally increase the population size, right? If the population is evolving by a mutation, then the larger the population, the more instances of mutation you're going to have, the more diverse the genome. That's very straightforward. The thing is, evolutionary scientists have all basically firmly agreed now that mutation has nothing to do with evolution. The problem is they've not found a replacement for that mechanism, but they've still clung to the term evolution as though it means something. And they don't have a mechanism. I'm actually quite an expert about evolution at this point, Cloud. I have yet. It's like the other day, Saturday, I had a conversation with a psychiatrist. At the end, I tried to give him the FE stuff, like, hey, I acknowledge I'm no expert on this stuff. So no, actually, you're extremely knowledgeable, and I want you to know that I agree with you. Why did he say that? Because I just won all of the points where he was trying to push back on me on these things, simply because I'm a smart guy. So I'm not going to be fooled when he says, yeah, but this study has shown this. And I say, yeah, but on the point in question, that's only relevant if, in fact, the control group was executed like X. And it wasn't, was it? No, it wasn't. Okay, so it's like, I don't need to know anything about biology to know what is substantiation and what's not. Sure, Horseman Blurred. I was rather rambling and expansive exploration of the topic without really getting down to the nitty gritty of it, which is fiat is why Nate can't just run another AF against you. A supplementary bit on fiat, too much to ask me. If you have any questions specifically about it, I'd be happy to. I'll ramble about fiat forever. I can always talk about debate stuff. Yeah, I don't even know why that's a thing either, Nicholas Watson. I guess if you've got a lot of people in the chat, you're trying to make it a little leaner. I mean, I'm operating with my high numbers of 30 or 40 or something. Like last night, I think I hit 50 because it's kind of a juicy topic, I guess. But that's another reason why I think I'm not being suppressed. I haven't hit 50 in a live stream in ages. So, I mean, the thing is, Nathaniel, what the general agreement is that almost all mutations are negative, and none of them basically are positive. There are some that are neutral or nearly neutral that can get into the genome and spread within the genome up to a very, very small population, which can explain some of the weirdnesses, such as sickle cell anemia, which can enter the genome, but is, you might say, non-native to the genome. So in other words, when we do see mutations entering the genome, we see them as harmful things that have managed to avoid what is the fundamental driving force behind genetics, which is genetics are inherently structured such that they extinguish mutation. It's a very stern and strict negative selection that selects against anything that deviates from the norm in any way, almost, because anything that deviates from the norm in any way is always bad within a species. You never have good mutations like that. So right. So here's the thing, Nathaniel, why. That's one of the sickle cell anemia is a good one to talk about in terms of evolution. The explanation of the evolutionists is that because that provides some protection against some resistance to malaria, that's why it's in the genome. It serves some positive purpose. That's why it was preserved. But the actual reality of it, as any sane understanding of it would agree, is the reason it didn't get extinguished is because it didn't kill people fast enough. Negative selection is a real thing. Nobody's disputing negative selection, but note that it always selects against the deviation that purportedly caused speciation. When it doesn't, it fails to do its job, so to speak, as it does with that. Any happenstance advantages to it are just straws grasped at by evolutionists who are already begging the question about the matter. They're already using the counterintuitive explanation. The simple explanation is the obvious one, and it answers all the questions. So why do we need any additional explanation like that? Only because they're trying to protect the concept of evolution, even though it has no guts anymore. There's no explanation. There's no mechanism. There's no understanding of how speciation occurs. It claims to explain speciation and utterly, completely fails to do so. That's the reality about evolution. That you haven't heard me ask that question, have you? My question is, if whales are descended from cows, where are all the intermediate species? Where are any of the intermediate species? And how long did that take? My question is, how did a tree that lives 1,000 years evolve in just 1,000,000 years? Because remember, we are not talking in terms of billions of years. We're talking in terms of 1,000,000 years or so during this really brief punctuated equilibrium thing. So we've retained the notion of evolution, which began as a concept that for it to work mechanistically at all, it needed about 4 billion years to work. And we've realized, it didn't have 4 billion years. Instead of scrapping it, we said, it must have been squeezed into 1,000,000 years then. Well, how? Well, because sometimes it goes real fast and sometimes it doesn't go at all. But why? We don't know. But what are you saying then? Just let us keep our word evolution, please. It's crazy. It's crazy talk. There is no possible way that environmental changes can be compelling enough and also slow enough for creatures to evolve in response to them. They're either non-compelling, in which case there's no pressure, or they're too fast. Now, one possible exception is you could look at is the moths that turn white and black. But no, they're still the same species because that's within the adaptive room of a genome. Any given genome has a certain amount of adaptive room for sort of small but decisive changes in the environment like that. Like papyrus can grow in water or out of water because it needs to, I guess, because it can. The most ESFP thing in the world to say, actually, Cloud, probably the number one ESFP thing to say is, if you knew me in person, you would understand. If you could walk a mile in my shoes, then you'd agree with me. No, I wouldn't agree with you. Because the fact that you say, if you walk a mile in my shoes, that means you're not. That's like, you don't know me. I hate that shit. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about things that can be known externally. You keep bringing it back to what can't be known universally, what can only be known particularly. That's true. I've never heard your voice. And I am poorer because of that, Cloud. To hear the angelic voice of Cloud singing hallelujah in the church pews on a Sunday morning, that's a little bit of heaven. A little bit of heaven on earth. I'm missing out on. Oh well. See, the thing is, I miss Rachel. I miss her right now. She's in there sleeping, and I want to go lie down with her. I want to. I mean, she's gonna be knocked out like a light. It sounds like. So I just want to be near her, I guess. Life can be hard sometimes, Hambo, you are wrong. Because you assume that nothing evolves. Because evolution is hard and long. Is that your case, Hambo? Is your position that because evolution is hard and long, nothing can evolve? Okay. Well, you got my ear when you needed to explain it to me. Look, Nathaniel, I don't know why evolutionist porters hold on to it. like, it doesn't seem to me that almost anybody who's arguing in favor of evolution is actually arguing about evolution as it's presented by the scientists. Almost all of them are arguing in favor of a Darwinian evolution that nobody in the scientific community ascribes to at all anymore because it never held any water in the first place. Right, very good. I mean, my explanation, to be honest, or to now that I remember what my explanation is, Nathaniel, is that the evolution issue got framed as the alternative to Christianity or religion because of the Scopes monkey trial, and it never got reframed. So it's like if you're opposing evolution, you must be in favor of creationism. That happens with this particular theory. It doesn't happen with any other theories. If I oppose relativity as a scientist, I tried to present some alternative to it or said why relativity was wrong. Nobody presumed I was therefore a creationist. In this instance, that's what happens with evolution. I've never critiqued evolution because I'm a creationist. I don't see evolution as being a threat to my religious beliefs at all. To the extent that I have religious beliefs, I wouldn't call them beliefs. I would call them behaviors, faith-based behaviors. So I have no problem with evolution. I used to be like everybody else, assume that, well, we have a good scientific explanation for this. Makes perfect sense. The problem is it doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't. I wish it did. It doesn't. Makes no sense at all. Nobody has been able to explain it to me at all. And this is one of those things is people keep wanting me to tell them why evolution is wrong. This thing they believe in, they don't know why they believe in it. They don't know why it's right. They have no understanding of how this mechanism purportedly works. Nobody does. Nobody can explain it. It's not an explanation. It doesn't explain anything. You know, it's like, oh, you say you can explain speciation? Okay, great, go ahead. There is no explanation. There's no engine for understanding how it is the change occurs over time. There's just an insistence that it does. As though that were an explanation. That's like spontaneous generation was an explanation for a while. You know, like, oh, if you leave meat out, it spontaneously generates bugs, maggots. No, and eventually somebody realized, no, flies are landing on and laying eggs. That's where the maggots are coming from. It doesn't spontaneously generate maggots. The thing about spontaneous generation is it's not an explanation. It's the absence of an explanation presenting itself as an answer, which is unfortunate because things that are not explanations do not answer questions and therefore should not present themselves as such. No, I mean, I'm not even talking to Cloud specifically in this instance. I'm talking to everybody else who believes in evolution. I'm pretty sure Winston's mom's and she ascribes to evolution. Working out. But they don't change their genome, Cloud. Remember, look at human beings. We've been around for a long time now. Say 10,000 years. Really, it's like 25, maybe even longer. Let's just say 10,000 years. And all that time, every pair of humans has given birth to another human and not to anything else. Same genome. To the extent that there have been mutations, those individuals have been very sick or died immediately or are very damaged, like all kind of things, you know? Mutations are always bad and at best are nearly neutral sometimes. It only explains problems that persist despite the continual genetic force back towards the mean. Nobody's answering this, right? Like the actual genetic force is back towards the mean. So if we were to let all the dogs loose and let nature take its course, they would revert back to a central sort of meow dog, right? They would not form new species. They would, in fact, if they were to form new species, they would have already done so. But in fact, if we put all the dogs together and stop making the separate breeds, they would coalesce back down to a central mean. Over time, their children would. Why? Because that's what it means to be a species. So, the whole idea of changing a genome over time doesn't make any sense. Fundamentally, the genome isn't a thing. Like the species genome isn't a thing. That's a metaphor for the fact that all these people are the same genome, so we call it a species. That doesn't mean species can change over time. It's like that's not the meaning of that word. The meaning of the word is a bunch of individuals all with the same genome. That we know they're the same species. Here we know they're the same species with NI. You're the same species. We can establish it more definitively with something like TI by genetic markers. Now that we have a lot of science behind it, right? The idea that changes over time is all the evidence contradicts it. All of it contradicts it. Why would you think that? The only thing that suggests it is a so-called fossil record, which would appear to show this branching thing, right? But you could see the same thing with the archaeological record, but we'd be wrong to conclude that the more technologically advanced structures evolved out of the less technically advanced ones, right? You can see the same thing with the archaeological record, like I just said, right? But what you'd note is that conclusion that the more complex buildings evolved from the less complex ones would be false. Yeah, variation within a species over time is not evidence that genetic plasticity of a species is responsible for speciation. There is some genetic plasticity within a species. There is adaptability within a species, right? But remember, we're creating contradictory premises here. To call it a species is to say that it is fundamentally all the individuals have the same genome who always give birth to other members of that species. So the idea of having a word like species is contradictory to the idea of evolution. Only individuals can have a need to adapt to something. That does not explain how the genome evolves. There are epigenetics. That doesn't explain how the genome evolves, because those things happen to individuals. Hi, Carl Venter. Hello, Venter. Do I still have that chat room? You mean whereby.com/TWFP1 or whereby.com/TWFP2? I think so. Let me check. Yeah, it's there. It's also 2. I don't think anybody's in there right now, but they're still there. I mean, you would also add to that, Sky Gear, and producing a genetically viable offspring. Because to the extent that species do evolve by crossbreeding a little bit, they don't actually evolve. Like, it's true you can make ligers. It's not true that they'll make more ligers. It's true you can make mules. Which one's the one? I always remember which one's which. But you can't have mules make more mules. Okay, well, Nathaniel White, you're right that there are individuals who have chromosome problems. Like, for example, I used to work with a kid who had Fragile X syndrome. And there are a lot of people who have damaged genomes. But note that doesn't pass on to the kids except as a genetic disease. That will and should extinguish, as that's the nature of the genetic engine, is it extinguishes deviations like that. Because we're a civilized population, we don't necessarily do a good job of extinguishing deviations like that. But just because there's some genetic disease that creeps into a genome is not evidence of evolution. Like, the persistence of sickle cell anemia is not evidence of evolution, it's counter evidence of evolution. It proves that there are occasionally some kind of problems that the inherently robust deviance killing mechanisms of genetic propagation don't solve for. I would argue that if you allow a species billions and billions of years to persist in its self-replicating ways, that eventually that genome becomes weak and spent and is too inflicted by various viruses and shit. Things like sickle cell. So species and their genomes are susceptible to, over time, changing, in the sense that they can bring in those negative, persistent things that sneak past the mechanisms of defense. In other words, if it's a mutation that's nearly neutral, and let's say it doesn't really kill the person or harm them badly, or the individual of the species badly, if they can pass it on and on and on and on, it can enter subsections of the population, and it'll stay in the genome. Now, you can imagine over the course of billions of years, what's going to happen is those genomes are going to become sick and slow, like a computer over time that gathers a bunch of viruses and stuff like that, and that there's not a infinite shelf life on a genome's self-replicating nature. But there's absolutely no reason to believe that once the self-replicating nature of a genome is put into place, as it has been here one way or the other, that it persists in that process, as it should. I mean, that's what it does. That's what it means to be a species, a self-replicating thing. It can't possibly evolve. It makes no sense. Fundamentally makes no sense. The larger a species becomes, the more instances of identical individuals of that species and that genome that are produced, the less difference any change of any individual portion of that genome could possibly make on the whole. It's just basic fucking math. But again, I shouldn't be having to convince anybody that it's not true. Nobody has been able to give me any explanations to why we should believe it. So, why they believe it. Nobody can tell me why they believe evolution. Nobody. They keep expecting me to disagree with it. Yeah, Hambone, look, Hambone, hey, somebody said, you're right, it's not measurable, but it's real, right? He knows. He knows both that it's real and it's impossible to have any indication that it's real. So that's got to be good enough for you. No, but see, that's the thing, Skager. Nobody's claiming anymore that it's slight alterations over billions of years that have been responsible for increased complexity over time. Nobody's claiming that anymore. There have been too many extinction events. So, in fact, the only thing you can try to claim is that we evolved from little rodents to human beings in a couple million years. Now, if you're talking about a tree that has 1,000-year-old lifespan, you're talking about 1,000 generations evolving from a little scrubby plant to a giant sequoia that lives 1,000 years in 1,000 generations. Because why? How? What? Not gonna work. It just doesn't make any sense. Well, look, just because evolution doesn't occur doesn't mean new species don't appear. New species may very well appear. I don't know where they come from. Neither does anybody else. I'm just saying, let's not pretend like we do. What am I reading, dog? That's a pain in the ass. Look, you actually learn more about how to argue about the topic by listening to me than you ever will trying to defeat it, because I've already done the work for you. Basically, I've gotten all the best. I actually did research this topic a lot. I had to research it a lot because, of course, everybody wants to come in here and school me. And one of the first things that one of the first things that I always get attacked on is, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm not expert in this. And so I have to be an expert in it, basically. Fortunately, I learn quickly. And most importantly, it's not so much that I learn quickly, it's that I only learn the things that are determinate in the argumentation. I don't bother learning nodes that are noded out. So it's like, okay, this node is either determined as A or B. I don't need to know why it's A or B, just whether it's A or B, and use that fact in the argumentation. If they ask me why it's A or B, at that point, I can go citation. I go, all right, well, because this thing says it's A, and these are the evolutionary scientists that you purport are so, or your version of the Pope that's never wrong, I mean, I would suspect that there's some reality whereby a given biological niche that can and would support a given life form, were that life form there, that somehow there's some mechanism by which that life form is manifest in response to the suitability for it. That's not any kind of explanation. Don't get me wrong. I'm not telling you I have any kind of explanation. It just seems like that's how it works. I mean, it's like, I don't know how it works, but it seems like it works that way. What the mechanism is, I don't know at all. And if evolutionists were saying that to me, I'd be okay with that. If they're saying, it seems to me like species might change over time. I have no idea exactly why that would be, but I just feel that. Okay, fine. You feel that. That's okay. I feel that probably they just emerge in response to the sort of, there's a there's a hole in this pegboard thing that's exactly the shape of a boy. So I'll put the boy-shaped piece in there. It's like the boy-shaped piece comes into existence if the boy-shaped hole is there in some way. Why would that be the case? How does that make sense? Et cetera, et cetera. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. You can conclude whatever you want about it. Cloud, if you give me $5 million, I promise I'll make you rich. It's funny. It's good stuff. That's analogy gold right there. Right. When a horse and a donkey procreate, a mule is born. And that mule can't create more mules. In other words, so we know we've got a couple of examples of how that mechanism of speciation is not responsible for speciation. It's conceivable. It would make sense. Oh, I know why rare species come from. A tiger and a leopard mate, and they create a new creature called a lion that looks different than either of them. No, that's not how it works. We have plenty of evidence to show, okay, that's definitely not it. It was a promising angle, but then we found that when you mate the lion and the tiger, you get a liger, but it can't make more ligers. That when you have Galapagos George, who's the last Galapagosian turtle in existence, that no matter how close genetically a species you bring in here to mate with him is, they will not produce. None of them will produce reproductively viable offspring. It had to be another member of his species. And since there wasn't anymore, Lonely George died without fathering any successfully born turtles, even though they tried desperately to mate him with every kind of turtle that was close to the Galapagos turtle genetically. So what does that tell us? Well, we know that interspecies breeding is not responsible for change of species over time. It just doesn't work. We also know that selective pressure is not responsible for change over time. Why? Because we've tested it more than nature ever could with dogs. So we know that's not responsible. We can eliminate things. We can't determine what is responsible yet, but we can definitely eliminate things. If you want to tell me evolution is responsible, okay, so what is evolution again? It's not selective pressure, and it's not interbreeding. Well, what is it again? Oh, that's right. You don't have any idea what it is. You're insisting that I agree with evolution, but that's just 4 syllables for you. That's all it is 4 syllables. It doesn't mean anything. You don't know why you believe in evolution. You don't know what it is. You have no idea of how it is the species change over time, so no reason to believe that they do. You know? If every one of your descendants plays piano for 100 million years or something, then yeah, that's an NI thing, Octavio. That would be an NI thing. What do I think about genetic manipulation like CRISPR? I mean, as far as I know, nobody's trying to make other species with that yet. Yeah, I read your comment. Yeah, that is NI. Yes. Is it NI to know who someone in chat is when they're disguised as a separate account? Yes, I would say that's NI. Because you don't really know. You just know. You can't prove it. You just can tell. You would like to add something to this evolution thing, but your English is too weak? Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I would like to hear what you have to add to it. You take a shot at it. I'll try to understand it. Painting arguments as cartoonish isn't really convincing. What the fuck is going on? Says Sky Gear. I'm not sure what's going on. I believe Hambone is showing his spiritual illiteracy to Cloud. Hambone, remember I said you should only show that to special people, okay? I mean, the thing is, the question of God is irrelevant to the question of evolution. It's completely irrelevant. You know, evolution successfully making its affirmation is not inconsistent with God. God is not inconsistent with evolution. So there's no reason to even bring the God question into matter when we're talking about evolution. What I'm saying is, okay, but look, God slave 666,999. Almost all the speciation occurred over the course of just a couple of million years, and then it hasn't occurred at all before, since. So why is that? Why did that happen? Because it's not what you say. It's not a long, slow process, like they once said. Once we all were taught that it's slow change over time over 4 billion years. And now we're taught that there's punctuated equilibrium and it all changed real fast in 2 million years, then it stopped for some reason. That's what we're all taught now. But it's not based on mutations. There is no spoon. No evolutionary scientist still thinks that. Nobody. If it were based on mutations, then we would recognize the fact that speciation definitely doesn't occur that way, because all the genetic engine is to squash the mutations, not to reinforce them. That all mutations are negative, and the best you can do with mutations is get nearly neutral, which may persist in the genome to the detriment of the genome only. And even there, if you're going to see it infused deeply into the genome, you can only do so before the genetic drift barrier occurs. So look into your evolutionary science before making arguments, please. The genetic drift barrier says for mutations to drift within the genome, despite the fact that they're deleterious, they need to meet certain conditions. The thing is, those conditions can only be met when the population is under about 100 members. So you could explain some change in genome via the nearly neutral theory with genetic drift. Now that's part of evolution that's dealing with the mechanics of it. So it's careful. It's trying to say, well, this does explain some change. But when you combine it with the other part, the fossil record, makes absolutely no sense. That's not possibly how the fossil record went from there to there that fast. That makes no sense. Evolutionary scientists keep trying to come up with a genetic clock to measure how long it took to get from thing to thing. And they can't do it. They can't find any way to do this. Because that's not what happened. It's like if you really believe in evolution, then you must feel as though you understand the mechanism of evolution well enough to give me some information about the process of evolving from A to B. If you ever ask anybody about that process or any specifics about it, their notion that A to B evolved from A to B falls apart at a moment's notice. Where are the intermediate species? Why did they all go away? You know? I mean, it's easy to go, okay, well, I see how that works. Fine. If you've got two Galapagosian finches that are slightly different from each other with the beak shape slightly different, okay, well, you can kind of conceive how that would work, right? But that's not most species differences that in terms of species who are related to each other. You would necessarily see some intermediate species, probably a lot of them. Where did they go? By any understanding of speciation, why don't we have some subpopulations of a species staying in this stage of evolution, while this other subpopulation of it proceeds forward into this other evolved stage of it. Why don't we see any of that? Well, because it's not a good explanation for anything. You shouldn't ascribe to it. It's a bad explanation. It's not an explanation at all. I shouldn't have to negate it because it hasn't explained anything. How does it get from yeah to yeah? Nobody can answer that question. Why does it get from yeah to yeah by this mechanism? Nobody can answer that question. What about these obvious things that are a problem with it? Nobody has any answer to those things. So why do people insist on believing in evolution? Because they think it's the more rational of the two positions. They think that it's either this or religion. And, religion's less rational, so I'm going with this. No. The rational position is the whole evolution of the same standard all scientific theories are held to, which for some reason evolution has been given a broad pass. Like, you don't have to be validated like other theories do. You get to call yourself a theory even though you're not. You get to position yourself as scientifically valid even though you do no validation. Why are we affording all this like extra special treatment to evolution? Well, because people saw evolution as a big win against the magical thinking people, whom rationalists traditionally have hated and said, "Look, you guys who are at fault. You magical thinkers are the ones to blame. Your skin evolves to resist the sun. No, your skin adapts to resist the sun. The skin is in its final state of being. That state of being includes within it the capacity to darken and lighten over time. That's what our skin is. So our skin doesn't evolve. It just expresses its naturally adaptive quality. It's a good analogy for the species as a whole. The species is like our skin. Our genome is like our skin. Except it's something that is a little more cross-generational. It does get darker or lighter over time. It is responsive to environmental changes, a little bit. But it doesn't ever stop being skin. So in other words, it's true, Cloud, our skin evolves. No, I'm sorry. It's not true that our skin evolves. It's true our skin adapts to the sun and stuff. If our skin evolved, then if we stayed in water a long time, it would become scales instead of skin. But it doesn't. So we know that our skin doesn't evolve, right? It just expresses what it is. Native to a skin's nature, our skin's nature is that it gets darker and lighter with exposure to sun. It darkens to protect itself against more sun exposure, and it is lighter when it doesn't need to do that. So the same thing is true with our just spit it out. Okay, Lamarck. Cloud, you're Lamarckian. You're a Lamarckian Lamarckist. I mean, I want you to explain to me how it happens, Cloud. Is it you have a subpopulation of people who swim a lot, and then over the course of many generations, some of their children become gradually more scaly? Okay, well, then we need to have blubber, or we need to have that kind of skin that whales have, right? Okay, you know why? But explain to me how it happens. Explain to me how it happens that something that's a land creature goes back to the water, like a whale, okay? It's a fundamental change in medium. there's no room for intermediate stages. Do you see what I'm saying? It makes no sense. But you're missing the point, Cloud and Nathaniel. Why? That there's no room for intermediate stages when you shift medium like that. Of course, we have to remember that the land creatures extroverted sensing is acting on an external physical plane. Doing shit. Making map decisions into realities. So it's like if you base a decision, if you got, what is that? Oh, somebody's in there. I forgot I didn't leave there. The action function. It's making impacts. So when we speculate about whether we should go to Taco Bell or McDonald's, we don't make a decision to go to McDonald's. All of that is in the metaphysical realm. When you actually say, all right, let's go, and you get in the car and drive it, that's SE. That's SE. The ability to transition from considering possibilities to executing one of them, that's SE. Yeah, I'm going to go in there in a bit. She's fine. I learned about what this is like for her last night when she takes this Klonopin and tonight she doubled up on it. She's out. I feel I'm able to relax. I don't have to constantly be concerned about whether this other person is feeling neglected because I'm up and she needs to sleep and not able to sleep. Okay, Nathaniel White, you make a good point. The actual truth is every meaningful prediction science makes is falsified. Evolution makes. Every meaningful prediction that evolution makes is falsified. What you're saying here, science did not predict those properties of fossils. It had those properties of fossils and used them in justifying itself. That's a very different thing. Those are not predictions. Those are things it could explain, it said. I can explain this. But it doesn't explain it. Certainly, it's not the case that because a branching fossil record suggests increasing complexity over time, at first glance, that evolution has predicted the fossil record would look like that, and voila, it has. No, the fossil record predates evolution. And also, the evolution that explains that fossil record is not the evolution anybody ascribes to anymore. There needs to be an explanation as to how or why that happens, or else that's not a prediction. First of all, that's not a prediction that a given mechanism over time will produce meow. It's just saying if things change over time, then they look like they change over time like this. Okay, but wouldn't they look depending on how they change over time? Well, we're not going to tell you anything about how they change over time. Well, then you're not explaining anything. How do they change over time? How do they change? Has anybody ever been able to tell me this? No, nobody has. What they're saying makes no sense. I'm not an interested calculator here. I'm not one who's saying, I need to evolution to be possible because I'm a believer in God or anything. I don't give a fuck. I'm just saying I have an interest in a world where people who claim to explain things actually can explain them. And believe me, I've talked to a couple of evolutionary scientists who cannot answer my questions at all. One of whom was like, you're making me question the whole thing, frankly. Do I listen to NPR? No. I used to. But yeah, I'm going to bed soon. I here's the other thing. It's like, when can I work best in life? I work best when I'm confident about the emotion stuff. Like, fighting with Rachel stresses me out a great deal. I don't really want to work on music or anything right now because I'm stressed. I don't want to work on hard things, working on hard things makes me go, I'm working on this hard thing, but I'm looking forward to sharing it with Rachel and seeing what she thinks. And, when I shared the Richard Dawson video with Rachel, even though it had her in it, she barely gave it a moment. She refused to even want to watch it. So that's fine. I mean, everyone's entitled to not watch my shit or whatever they don't want to, but she was part of it. I mean, her voice is like half of it, Corporate Dark, what do you think? What is your point? Think I'm looking to make a cult? It's like, yeah, I'm hanging. I'm fine. I'll be fine. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I know. Thank you for your sort of encouraging words. Kill Bill is not that good of a movie. It's not bad, but it's not great. It's not Tarantino's best. Let's put it that way. I mean, the thing is, I'm not ultimately worried about whether she loves me or whether I'm the right person for her. I know she loves me. I know I'm the best person for her. Oh no, she's asleep inside the house. She's It's really just unbelievable. So I have this coffee can out here, right? And it's got water in the bottom of it, and I throw cigarette butts in it. And I swear, I make it in there maybe 20% of the time. It's right fucking there. And I hit the edge of it every fucking time. I began streaming almost 5 hours ago. What's his mom? We're 4:56:18. I like things to be emotionally stable around me, in my home, in my house, in my relationship. I like to have a problem-free relationship, a conflict-free relationship as much as possible. But I'm also very much loyal and somebody who respects the importance of keeping a big picture, and not getting confused by the moment into bad decisions, or not not allowing fear to drive the bus. To a certain extent, I allowed fear to drive the bus here because she hit me in my fear spot. My fear spot is that fundamentally, that anytime anybody gets to know me well enough over time in a relationship, they decide they don't like me and they want to leave me. And that probably that's indicative. Like, I mean, I don't. Sorry, Kitty, I'm so cute all over the place. I don't really believe it intellectually, but deep down, I kind of feel like, well, obviously, I'm not good enough. You know, it's like, obviously, there's something wrong with me. But, I don't think there is intellectually. It's just, 4:58:07. Oh, I gotta poop. I'm gonna go in. This is good. This is the slide's way to tell me to end the stream. 4 hours, 58 minutes, and 17 seconds. That's almost 5 hours. Yeah, COVID time not helping. See you later, everybody.